What you are about to hear is a pioneering work specifically dedicated to the aerial vehicles of proto-historic India. They are known in Hindu texts and Sanskrit epics as Vimanas. While many consider them mythological in nature, the truth is they were as real as the aircraft we see soaring through the sky in modern times. It may also surprise you to learn that futuristic weapons were also used on numerous occasions in ancient India. The epic Mahabharata describes in great detail a catastrophic nuclear explosion that devastated the Indian subcontinent. The description sounds an awful lot like an atomic explosion, similar to the experiences of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Historian Kesari Mohan Ganguly asserts that Indian sacred writings are filled with such descriptions. For example, an ancient battle is described in the Drona Parva, a section of the Mahabharata. It speaks of great battles fought with tremendous weapons that can decimate entire armies. Ganguly says, "Those who were unfortunate enough to be in the vicinity when these weapons landed were blown away like dry leaves from a tree." Consider these ancient verses from the Mahabharata. A single projectile loaded with all the power of the universe. A glowing column of smoke and fire as bright as 1,000 suns rose in all its splendor. A vertical explosion with swirling clouds of smoke. The cloud of smoke, rising after the first explosion, spread in circular waves like the opening of giant umbrellas. It was an unknown weapon, an iron thunderbolt, a gigantic messenger of death, which reduced the entire race of the Vrishni and Andhaka to ashes. The corpses were so burnt as to be unrecognizable. The hair and nails fell out, pottery broke without any apparent cause, and the birds turned white. A few hours later, all the foodstuffs were contaminated. To escape from that fire, the soldiers threw themselves into the rivers to wash themselves and their equipment. Until the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, modern humans could not have imagined any weapon as devastating as those described in the ancient Indian texts. These opening statements are so extraordinary that the temptation to dismiss them outright is almost irresistible. On the other hand, their allure is such that there's a risk of them being accepted uncritically. It's clear that both of these positions, total rejection or total acceptance, are equally wrong. The correct approach is to coldly examine the evidence supporting these claims, verify their authenticity, and ensure they cannot be interpreted in any other way. Only then can an informed judgment be made. The Rig Veda, Ramayana, and Mahabharata are ancient Sanskrit texts that form the foundation of the Hindu religion. They are literary gems rich in philosophy and have traditionally been studied from that perspective for hundreds of years. However, we believe many of these passages are based on true events. What led us to examine them from a different point of view was the fact that numerous researchers have brought to light evidence over the last few decades that suggests highly advanced technology existed on Earth in ancient times. What they have uncovered is too abundant and significant to be dismissed without deeper investigation. The practice of interpreting ancient texts literally is not new. The most famous precedent is undoubtedly that of Heinrich Schliemann, the man who believed in Homer. Despite an impoverished childhood, he made his fortune in the United States during the Great Gold Rush. After becoming extremely wealthy, he perfected his knowledge of ancient languages. He then organized an expedition that led to the discovery of Troy, causing a massive sensation in the scientific world at the time. Though his results were not as sensational, it is worth mentioning the fascinating work of Werner Keller, who, with his The Bible as History, demonstrated that the sacred text was actual history and not legend or mythology. In the 1970s, Peter Colosimo proposed that the Sanskrit writings of India might also be read as chronicles of actual events. He states, "The Mahabharata, which along with the four Vedas and the Ramayana forms the core of the ancient Sanskrit texts, is actually known as itihasa, a term composed of the words iti ha asa, which literally means, indeed, this happened." Verifying this hypothesis in practice would mean revisiting a mountain of verses roughly equivalent to the Bible, the Iliad, and the Odyssey combined. Moreover, it would be necessary to read them in the original Sanskrit, since translations by scholars are not entirely reliable. This would be a difficult, tedious, and lengthy task, as it would not only need to identify the passages that spoke of battles and the prodigious weapons used to win them, but also look for all possible geographic references to locate where these battles took place. However, even with indisputable evidence, it is a desperate endeavor to convince the guardians of official science to consider the presence of advanced technology on Earth several thousand years ago. Indeed, much evidence for this hypothesis has been entirely ignored by academia. For example, an odd-shaped stone was collected near Treasure City, Nevada in 1869. When split with a hammer, the very clear imprint of a 50.8mm screw was revealed. Clearly, the screw had remained in the rock and eroded over millennia. Given its absolute precision, the imprint could not be attributed to chance. The layer from which the rock was taken was estimated to be hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years old. This tiny trace alone would be enough to establish beyond doubt that there was an intelligent being on Earth who knew how to manufacture screws tens of thousands of years ago. Whether human or not, we do not know. This discovery could push back the history of humanity by millions of years, wrote experts from the Academy of Sciences of San Francisco. Yet, after some debate, the topic was forgotten. It was evidently easier to ignore the faint trace in the rock than to confront the problems it raised, and still raises. Less than 20 years later, a metal cube composed of iron, carbon, and a small amount of nickel was unearthed from an Austrian coal mine. It was found in a tertiary-era layer dating back 70 to 12 million years ago. A meteorite, the experts immediately declared, conveniently overlooking the fact that a meteorite, due to atmospheric friction, would have landed as a shapeless mass. However, the cube didn't fit into any of the frameworks of official science, so it met the fate of many similar discoveries. It was forgotten. Another striking case is that of the Japanese Dogu figurines, sculpted during the Jomon period. These figurines have always been an enigma. They depict humanoid beings covered in strange armor, complete with helmets. As early as 1894, Dr. Shogoro Tsuboi noted that the eyepieces, crossed by a narrow slit, bore a remarkable resemblance to the glasses worn by Eskimos to protect themselves from snow glare. The problem is, the figurines date back to well over 10,000 years old. But it wasn't just the glasses that appeared strange in this armor. Many other details, such as the elbow joints, the connection between the glove and the sleeve, and a series of incomprehensible decorations, made them absolutely different from any known armor. The mystery remained unsolved until the scientist Zeissig had the idea to send photos and drawings of the figurines to the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. After some time, the American Space Agency wrote back to the scientist, "Our observers find the hypothesis regarding the suit depicted in the documents to be very interesting. A similar suit has been sent to the General Directorate for Astronautic Equipment at NASA and is now being perfected. We also inform you that the communication devices, special eyepiece frames, joints, ball hinges, and pressure maintenance systems that you listed in the photograph have been included in the rigid variant of the spacesuit. At this point, logic would suggest that the dog figurines should officially be recognized as depictions of astronauts, but instead, they are still considered warriors in armor. Nevertheless, much to the dismay of skeptics, over the years, the evidence supporting the theory of an extraterrestrial visit to our planet has multiplied to the point where it is now possible to offer, albeit in broad strokes, a classification of it. Broadly speaking, the evidence we have can be divided into two main categories. First are the isolated pieces, which, while fascinating, offer little room for investigation. The second consists of complex collections of archaeological, traditional, literary, and other types of evidence that together form a rich body of information. This latter category allows for a much more comprehensive view of the extraordinary events that took place in the distant past. It's not unreasonable to think that the first category corresponds to fleeting visits, and the second to actual settlements of beings with highly advanced technology who coexisted with indigenous populations long enough to leave a deep mark on their culture. In the first category, besides the screw imprint and the metal cube mentioned earlier, we can also include small objects like the golden airplane from Bogotá. This artifact, kept in the State Bank of Bogotá, is an exact miniature replica of a fighter jet with delta wings. The goldsmith who created it died about 3,000 years ago. What inspired him when he crafted this jewel? Did he actually see such an aircraft soaring through the skies? Or, unlikely as it seems, given the precision of the details, was the shape purely coincidental? Unfortunately, the enigmatic little airplane offers us no further clues. In the same category, we can place the rock paintings found in the caves of Valcamonica near Brescia. These depict humanoid figures that, as Professor Alexei Kazantsev observes, wear strange helmets extending from their shoulders. They might be stylized representations of hermetically sealed helmets of the strangers. Furthermore, if we reject the hypothesis that they are holding stylized bows and arrows, in which case the deformation would be extreme, we might admit that the figures are holding objects that appear to be right-angled and isosceles triangles. Who were these mysterious visitors, and what did they want? Should we accept the astral interpretation of these figurines? If so, what did the prehistoric painter from Valcamonica see that inspired them to create these artworks? These are questions that will likely remain unanswered, as the mysterious figurines with strange helmets are isolated, and they provide no further information that could help us resolve our doubts. We also find ourselves at a dead end when it comes to the extraordinary knowledge of the Dogon, an African tribe from Mali, possess about Sirius. Sirius is the brightest star in the Canis Major constellation, located 8.4 light-years from Earth. It is a binary star with a companion, Sirius B, which orbits the primary star every 50 years. The existence of Sirius B, a very dense star, was first postulated by F. W. Bessel in 1884 due to the disturbances it caused to the main star, but it was only observed optically much later by A. Clarke. Yet, as revealed by Robert K. G. Temple, who spent 7 years studying the issue, the Dogon have passed down precise information about this binary star system for thousands of years, including knowledge about the density of Sirius B. According to Temple, this knowledge has been part of Dogon cultural heritage for over 5,000 years. It seems that intelligent beings from space, the author writes at one point, arrived in Africa, passed on specific information about Sirius to the indigenous tribes, and then returned to space, neglecting the rest of the world. This claim is strongly disputed by some scholars who argue that the Dogon received the information about Sirius not from extraterrestrials, but much more simply from the Egyptians, who venerated the star and even identified it with the goddess Isis. Even if this theory is true, it only shifts the problem. How did the ancient Egyptians acquire information that modern astronomy only recently uncovered? Unfortunately, this is another mystery that we cannot push any further. A much broader scope for research emerges when elements that don't fit within the frameworks of official science, suspicious clues, and mysterious details are connected into a system that supports itself. Let us consider an example. The Popol Vuh of the Maya speaks of white men who came from the stars and the sea, who knew everything and who, before settling in Central America, examined the 4 points of the sky and the round face of the earth. The Chilambalam, a collection of various Mayan documents from Yucatan, mentions beings who descended from the sky, who flew on circles and touched the stars. A series of legends gathered by Harold T. Wilkins adds, once, men could fly. Everything was very light, and large stones could be easily lifted. These ancient documents, when considered together, form an already impressive body of work. They become even more valuable when compared to the archaeological findings scattered throughout Central and South America. In Palenque, Mexico, we find an ancient stele depicting with extreme precision a man piloting a rocket. The vehicle features air intakes, a control panel, an engine, and flames erupting from the nozzles. The pilot is also depicted with great precision. Yet, official archaeologists continue to describe the figure as a deity in a ritual pose. Do the legends speak of a time when men could fly? Near Nazca, Peru, we find a plateau covered with gigantic drawings, so large that they are impossible to see from the ground. From there, one can only perceive shallow grooves a few tens of centimeters deep. But when flying over the plateau in an aircraft, the drawings appear in all their grandeur. Who made them, and why? These drawings make sense if considered as markers meant to guide the flight paths of aerial vehicles. They are simply absurd if viewed, as some suggest, as paths for ritual processions. These are strange paths indeed, as they start from nowhere and end in nowhere, without connecting any known ancient or modern settlements. And what about the gigantic design carved into a towering rock face that rises above the Bay of Pisco? It depicts a kind of three-pronged candelabra, or a cactus, that is completely invisible from the ground or the sea. It is, however, perfectly visible when approaching the bay from the sky. It is utterly inexplicable unless we accept what ancient documents and legends tell us, that in ancient times, people knew how to fly. Another fascinating puzzle is the pre-Inca fortress of Ollantaytambo, as described in the book Exploring Ancient Mysteries, by A. and S. Landsberg. Of all the immense stone structures in the Andes, the most mysterious in my eyes was Ollantaytambo, a pre-Inca fortress. It was unsettling because, on the surface, it was unclear how it could have been built. Its rock walls were made of tightly connected boulders, each weighing 12 tons or more. Each block must have been transported from a quarry located on the top of a mountain more than 10 kilometers away, meaning they had to be moved, somehow, across a terrifying precipice in the mountain range. First down hundreds of meters and then back up again. At the bottom of this enormous ravine, the blocks had to be transported across a river. It was impossible to bridge the two shores because both sides were steep rock walls. Perhaps the engineers managed to divert the flow of the river little by little to transport the blocks across as if they were being moved through the locks of a canal. Even so, it's unclear how it was possible to raise these blocks to the towering heights. The only access paths were narrow trails carved by the sure-footed steps of llamas. Is it possible that thousands of years ago, people knew how to overcome gravity? Equally rich in fascinating questions is the region that encompasses ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia. Let's begin here with what the ancient texts tell us, particularly the Egyptian Book of the Dead. In this collection of magical texts attributed to the god Thoth, we read, "Laid along the mountainside sleeps the great serpent 30 cubits long and 8 wide, about 54 meters by 15. Its belly is adorned with shimmering flints and glass. Now I know the name of the serpent of the mountain. It is, he who lives in flames." After eating in silence, Ra casts a glance at the serpent. Suddenly, his journey halts, for he who is hidden in his boat lies in ambush. The Book of the Dead also speaks of the battle between Horus and Seth, between the children of light and the children of darkness. At one point, Horus, in a fit of rage, exclaims, "I will annihilate the demons, those who travel in the sky, those who live on the earth, and those who travel toward the stars into the cosmic abysses." The temptation to interpret these two passages as descriptions of an aircraft with many portholes, flints and sparkling glass, powered by a jet or rocket engine, he who lives in flames, and of aerial and cosmic battles is strong, but becomes almost irresistible when we consider another extraordinary document, the maps of the Turkish Admiral Piri Reis. Some of these maps, which are preserved in the State Library of Berlin, are copies of very ancient maps. The originals have been irretrievably lost, but even as copies, they are exceptional documents. The maps depict, with surprising accuracy, not only the Mediterranean basin, but also the two Americas and even the Antarctic continent, which has always been covered in ice. The most astonishing detail, however, is that these maps show the various continents with the same distortion one would expect from a photograph taken by a satellite directly above Cairo. Clearly, whoever drew the original maps possessed extremely precise knowledge and highly advanced technical means. Impossible, says official science. But to us, what seems truly impossible is that the ancient cartographer achieved such precision by accident. The archaeological finds in this part of the world are also fascinating. For example, despite the countless studies and thousands of books dedicated to the pyramids, their secrets remain undisclosed. One thing is for sure, the hypothesis that they are merely tombs seems increasingly less credible. But the pyramids aren't the only monuments that leave us perplexed. Another of the most sensational, though lesser-known examples, is the walls of the city of Baalbek in the Anti-Lebanon Mountains. The outer wall consists of stones 120 meters long and weighing 750 tons each. Who cut them, and how? More importantly, how did the ancient inhabitants transport these stones from the quarry and place them in position? Even today, with all the technical means available to us, such a task would be enormously difficult. Could the ancient inhabitants have known the secret to overcoming gravity? Lenormand, in his book Chaldean Magic, states that, to build their temples, the priests of On lifted stones that 1,000 men could not move. Many years separate the inhabitants of Baalbek from the Chaldean priests, but there is nothing to prevent us from thinking that they possessed the same technical magical knowledge. What that knowledge was, and who taught it to them, remains a mystery we are unable to solve. From the gigantic to the minuscule ancient crystal lenses have been found in Egypt. They are manufactured with such precision that they can only be made today using a special cerium oxide abrasive. Cerium oxide, in turn, is produced only through an electrolytic process, and it is absolutely impossible to isolate it without the use of electricity. What did the ancient Egyptians know about electricity? Quite a lot, actually. There were some objects in the Baghdad Museum catalogued as cult objects, which might actually be electric batteries. Batteries are designed for one purpose: to generate electricity for use. From this, it follows that whoever made them A, knew about electricity, B, knew how to use it, and C, found it helpful to have a reserve of it available for when needed. Perhaps the answer to many, if not all, of these questions was contained in the hundreds of thousands of volumes in the Library of Alexandria, where Ptolemy I Sota is said to have gathered all the knowledge of mankind. Unfortunately, the library was burned to the ground several times. The soldiers of Julius Caesar started the first fire, causing much damage but not entirely destroying the library. 400 years later, a fire destroyed another part of the library. The final blow came in 641 AD, when Caliph Omar gave the infamous order, "If the books say things that agree with the Quran, they are unnecessary, so burn them. If they say things contrary to the Quran, they are blasphemous, so burn them." For months, the public baths were fueled by the precious manuscripts. But the Library of Alexandria was not the only casualty of human foolishness. In 240 BC, Chinese Emperor Qin Shi Huang ordered the destruction of all books on history, astronomy, and philosophy in his empire, showing how ignorance knows no racial, temporal, or cultural boundaries. In 1900, during the Boxer Rebellion, European soldiers joyfully set fire to the Imperial Library of Beijing, which contained, among hundreds of thousands of texts, an invaluable encyclopedia of 11,000 volumes that systematically gathered all human knowledge. This senseless crime likely destroyed the answers to many mysteries encountered by researchers in the Far East. Take, for example, the celestial map found in the Boistan caves. The map is astronomically accurate, but shows the stars as they were positioned 13,000 years ago. Needless to say, the origins of this map remain shrouded in mystery. Despite the countless destructive acts over the centuries, some manuscripts from the Zhou dynasty survived. These ancient texts describe a time of chaos when intense heat scorched the ground and wiped out crops, hurricanes tore through cities and countrysides, the sea swelled and boiled, flooding the land, and terrifying monsters appeared, causing mass destruction. In the final disaster, 10 suns appeared in the sky, and the emperor called on his divine archer, Tzu Yu. Tzu Yu, who had the ability to fly, shot down 9 of the suns, leaving only the rightful one in the sky. and then vanished toward the moon. We have deliberately left India for last because it presents a unique situation. The literary texts we have already mentioned in this chapter are rich with detailed descriptions of divine beings, their wondrous flying machines, and the terrifying weapons they used in their battles. However, this richness of texts is not matched by an equally vast body of archaeological evidence to support them. One might say that the only genuinely extraordinary artifact visible and known in India is an iron pillar located in the garden of a mausoleum. The texts I consulted claim that the pillar is at least 1,500 years old, which astonishes everyone because it shows no signs of rust. Some authors go so far as to say it is made of an unknown alloy that cannot be cut and is resistant even to lasers, while others claim it is made of pure iron, produced through an electrolytic process. This brief overview of the most interesting mysteries is far from complete, but it allows for two interesting observations. Firstly, the locations with elements that do not fit within the frameworks of official science are most concentrated roughly along the Tropic of Cancer. These same locations also correspond precisely to the sites where the greatest civilizations of the past flourished. One might be tempted to deduce that potential extraterrestrials found the Tropic of Cancer more suitable for their needs and during their stay transmitted information to indigenous tribes, allowing them to develop technology and forms of civilization far superior to those of tribes who were not visited by these extraordinary beings. Unfortunately, several factors prevent us from blindly accepting these deductions. First of all, despite all the supporting evidence, the presence of extraterrestrials is far from proven beyond all doubt. Archaeological artifacts, alongside literary and traditional sources, seem to reasonably indicate that ancient civilizations possessed highly advanced knowledge in various fields. Yet, nothing proves that this knowledge was due to the external intervention of extraterrestrials. Indeed, the real mystery is discovering why this knowledge was lost and why it took so long to be rediscovered. In other cases, the elements we examined seem to contradict each other. For example, let's assume for a moment, even though it's far from certain, that the builders of the massive walls of Ollantaytambo really used devices capable of negating gravity to move those enormous stones. Then a natural question arises. Why would such technologically advanced people need to protect their city with walls? Let's not forget that the mere appearance of slightly improved cannons made city walls obsolete in Europe. It is also clear that the ability to nullify gravity has far greater military applications than building a wall. To continue investigating these intriguing questions in the hope of finding some new clues, the most promising field appeared to be India, not only because it was home to one of the oldest and most developed civilizations on Earth, but also due to the disparity between the richness of its literary material and the scarcity of archaeological evidence from the Vedic period. The Indian scholar S. B. Roy, whom we will encounter later, once said, "The Aryans, like a great wave, rose from the slopes of the Himalayas to conquer the world." Since it seemed very unlikely that no trace remained of the tremendous battles fought by these people, first with the populations they encountered and later among themselves, I became increasingly convinced that a careful reading of the ancient Sanskrit texts could provide the key to sensational discoveries. In other words, to find the archaeological evidence, the famous concrete and irrefutable proof so dear to Western mentality, one had to read the Sanskrit texts. Linguistic and literary materials come from a number of sources. 1. The Rig Veda, the most important and comprehensive of the four Vedas. It is primarily a religious book of hymns and psalms, and is considered the oldest existing book of the Aryans, approximately 1200 BC as the latest date. 2. The Sama Veda, considered by scholars to be almost contemporary with or slightly later than the Rig Veda. It consists solely of a series of hymns taken from the Rig Veda, organized to reference the Soma sacrifice exclusively. 3. The Yajur Veda, a series of hymns mostly taken from the Rig Veda, with numerous additional prose formulas to be used during various sacrifices. The Atharva Veda, undoubtedly of later origin than the others, as evidenced by the versification and language used. It is a book of magical formulas and spells. 5. The Ramayana. Here, we are not dealing with religious hymns, but with kavya, poetry. It is the greatest and most famous of the Sanskrit epics. According to most scholars, it is now definitively established that its composition was not the result of a collective effort by multiple poets, but rather the work of a single author, the sage Valmiki. According to tradition, Valmiki was once the leader of a fierce gang of roadside bandits. One day he attacked two sages who were passing through his territory, but these sages converted him to a pious and ascetic life. In the Ramayana, the life and deeds of Sri Ramchandra, Rama, the seventh earthly incarnation of the god Vishnu, are narrated. It is important to emphasize for our research that Rama is never described as a normal human being. While he has the appearance and emotions of a man, his origin is clearly established as celestial in the text. Valmiki dedicated much of his life to composing this monumental work, 24,000 verses. It was transmitted orally, as with all the oldest Sanskrit texts, from bard to bard and from priest to priest, before being written down on palm leaves much later, and then even later transcribed on rough sheets of homemade paper. 6. The Mahabharata. This is Itihasa or history, and it is a tale of battles and victories. It essentially contains the entire story of the Aryan conquest. It consists of over 100,000 verses, making it the most imposing epic poem in world literature. Its composition, which took about 8 centuries, is attributed to numerous authors. 7. The Vimana Shastra, or Science of Aeronautics. This text was presumably composed in the Vedic period. It was published, with interpretations and partial English translation, by G.R. Josier, director of the International Academy of Sanskrit Research in Mysore, India. It is a technical manual that describes in great detail how airplanes should be built, the metals to be used, their performance, and instructions for pilots. The goals of this work were, first, to identify passages that speak of weapons and vehicles suggesting highly advanced technology, completely incompatible with the knowledge that official archaeology attributes to the inhabitants of India during the Vedic period. Second, to locate, through geographical references, the places where great battles fought with these weapons and machines took place. Simply listing all the passages used for this purpose would require a separate volume, so we will limit ourselves to the most significant ones. In the Mahabharata, Drona Vada Parva, section CCI, we read, "The valiant Aswathaman, standing resolute on his chariot, touched the water and invoked the Agneya weapon. Agni is the god of fire, which even the gods cannot withstand, pointing it at all his visible and invisible enemies in the sense of out of sight. The son of the preceptor, the slayer of enemy heroes, inspired by mantras, fired an explosive column that spread in all directions, producing a bright light like smokeless fire, followed by a dense shower of sparks that completely surrounded the Partha army. The 4 cardinal points, as far as the eye could see, were covered in darkness from the explosion cloud. The Rakshasas and Pisacha soldiers clung to each other, crying out loudly. A violent and ominous wind began to blow, and even the sun ceased to provide warmth. Crows cawed in terror, and the clouds roared in the sky, raining blood. Birds and land animals showed signs of intense suffering. The elements themselves seemed disturbed. The sun appeared to turn in reverse, and the universe, scorched by the heat, seemed feverish. Elephants and other land animals, burned by the energy of the weapon, ran in terror, breathing heavily and seeking protection from that terrible force. Even the water began to boil from the heat, and the animals living in it showed signs of intense suffering. From all 4 cardinal points, from that hellish sky, a rain of sharp and fierce sparks fell, swirling with the power of Garuda, the celestial prince of wind. Struck and burned by Aswathaman's weapons, which were full of energy and had the violence of thunder, the enemy warriors fell like trees felled by a raging fire. Great elephants burned by the weapon fell to the ground all around, letting out terrible roars as loud as thunderclouds. Other large elephants, scorched by the fire, ran around in terror, screaming as if in the middle of a burning forest. Before commenting on such an impressive, detailed and chilling description, let's compare it to another. I was bent over picking something up when I saw a blinding flash to my left, and instinctively I covered my face with my hands. Then, from the right, there was an explosion, a thunderous sound and a wind that knocked me to the ground. I screamed, and for an unknown amount of time I lay on the ground, unable to hear or see anything. When I stood up and opened my eyes, everything was red around me and in the sky, as if at sunset. I was confused, and my hearing was almost gone from the shock. There was a friend near me. We went toward the nearby river to enter the water. Our skin was burning. I was wearing a pair of black work pants, which had burned and stuck to the skin on my left thigh and leg. This whole part of my body was burning, along with my left shoulder and arm. My hands were red and swollen. The houses were catching fire one after another. Everyone was trying to save themselves, ignoring everyone else. This is the account of Hayako Takeuchi, one of the survivors of Hiroshima. Although the language is different, the similarities to the ancient account are, to say the least, unsettling. The young Japanese woman describes a blinding flash, followed by an explosion, thunder and wind that knocked her down. She talks about how everything turned red, both on the ground and in the sky, part of her body burning, houses catching fire one after another, and people in a panic, with everyone trying to save themselves, not caring about anyone else. In an ancient Sanskrit text, we see similar descriptions. A bright light, like a smokeless fire. A violent and evil wind began to blow. The weapon had the force of thunder. The clouds roared, raining blood. Enemy warriors fell like trees hit by furious fire. Elephants, scorched by the flames, ran in terror, and the universe, burning from the heat, seemed feverish, with soldiers clinging to each other, screaming. If there is any comment to be made, aside from highlighting the similarities between the two accounts, it is that while the Japanese girl's description offers her personal impressions, the Sanskrit one provides a more comprehensive account of the weapon's effects, almost like a journalistic report. It is a technical manual that describes in great detail how airplanes should be built, the metals to be used, their performance, and instructions for pilots. The goals of this work were, first, to identify passages that speak of weapons and vehicles, suggesting highly advanced technology, completely incompatible with the knowledge that official archaeology attributes to the inhabitants of India during the Vedic period. Second, to locate, through geographical references, the places where great battles fought with these weapons and machines took place. Simply listing all the passages used for this purpose would require a separate volume, so we will limit ourselves to the most significant ones. In the Mahabharata, Drona Vadha Parva, section CCI, we read, "The valiant Aswathaman, standing resolute on his chariot, touched the water and invoked the Agneya weapon, which even the gods cannot withstand. Pointing it at all his visible and invisible enemies, the son of the preceptor, the slayer of enemy heroes, inspired by mantras, fired an explosive column that spread in all directions, producing a bright light like smokeless fire, followed by a dense shower of sparks that completely surrounded the Partha army. The 4 cardinal points, as far as the eye could see, were covered in darkness from the explosion cloud. The Rakshasas and Pisacha soldiers clung to each other, crying out loudly. A violent and ominous wind began to blow, and even the sun ceased to provide warmth. Crows cawed in terror, and the clouds roared in the sky, raining blood. Birds and land animals showed signs of intense suffering. The elements themselves seemed disturbed. The sun appeared to turn in reverse, and the universe, scorched by the heat, seemed feverish. Elephants and other land animals, burned by the energy of the weapon, ran in terror, breathing heavily and seeking protection from that terrible force. Even the water began to boil from the heat, and the animals living in it showed signs of intense suffering. From all 4 cardinal points from that hellish sky, A rain of sharp and fierce sparks fell, swirling with the power of Garuda, the celestial prince of wind. Struck and burned by Aswataman's weapons, which were full of energy and had the violence of thunder, the enemy warriors fell like trees, felled by a raging fire. Great elephants burned by the weapon fell to the ground all around, letting out terrible roars as loud as thunderclouds. Other large elephants, scorched by the fire, ran around in terror, screaming as if in the middle of a burning forest. Before commenting on such an impressive, detailed, and chilling description, let's compare it to another. I was bent over picking something up when I saw a blinding flash to my left, and instinctively I covered my face with my hands. Then from the right, there was an explosion, a thunderous sound, and a wind that knocked me to the ground. I screamed, and for an unknown amount of time, I lay on the ground, unable to hear or see anything. When I stood up and opened my eyes, everything was red around me and in the sky, as if at sunset. I was confused, and my hearing was almost gone from the shock. There was a friend near me. We went toward the nearby river to enter the water. Our skin was burning. I was wearing a pair of black work pants, which had burned and stuck to the skin on my left thigh and leg. This whole part of my body was burning, along with my left shoulder and arm. My hands were red and swollen. The houses were catching fire one after another. Everyone was trying to save themselves, ignoring everyone else. This is the account of Hyoko Takeuchi, one of the survivors of Hiroshima. Although the language is different, the similarities to the ancient account are, to say the least, unsettling. The young Japanese woman describes a blinding flash, followed by an explosion, thunder, and wind that knocked her down. She talks about how everything turned red, both on the ground and in the sky, part of her body burning, houses catching fire one after another, and people in a panic, with everyone trying to save themselves, not caring about anyone else. In an ancient Sanskrit text, we see similar descriptions. A bright light like a smokeless fire. A violent and evil wind began to blow. The weapon had the force of thunder. The clouds roared, raining blood. Enemy warriors fell like trees, hit by furious fire. Elephants, scorched by the flames, ran in terror. And the universe, burning from the heat, seemed feverish, with soldiers clinging to each other, screaming. If there is any comment to be made, aside from highlighting the similarities between the two accounts, it is that while the Japanese girl's description offers her personal impressions, the Sanskrit one provides a more comprehensive account of the weapon's effects, almost like a journalistic report. What could this terrifying Agneya weapon be? The phrase explosive column that spread in all directions, hitting all visible and invisible enemies, suggests a multi-headed missile. 4,000 years ago? If this were the only description of the effects of such terrifying weapons, it wouldn't be worth considering such a shocking hypothesis. But it's not the only one. Mahabharata, Drona Vadha Parva, section 197. Sanjaya said, when the weapon called Narayana was invoked, violent winds began to blow, accompanied by rainstorms, and thunder was heard despite the sky being clear of clouds. The earth shook, and the sea swelled in agitation. Rivers began to flow backward. The mountain peaks, O Bharata, began to split. Various animals fled to the left of the Pandavas, literally, keeping the Pandavas to their right. Darkness fell, and the sun became dim. Several carnivorous creatures began to descend onto the battlefield, joyful, to feast on the corpses. The gods, the Danavas, and the Gandharvas, O monarch, were gripped by fear. Witnessing the tremendous disturbance in nature, they began to ask each other in terror what the cause might be. Indeed, upon seeing the terrible effects of the fierce and dreadful weapon invoked by the son of Drona, all the kings, filled with fear, felt great sorrow. After Drona, the preceptor, was killed in battle by Drishtadyumna, like the mighty Asura, Vritra was by the thunder wielder, the Kurus, O Dhananjaya, were disheartened and lost all hope of victory. Desperate to escape, they all fled the battlefield. Some drove their chariots in disarray, lacking drivers, stripped of banners, flags, and umbrellas. Others, seized by panic and madness, fled hastily, kicking their horses. Others fled in chariots with broken yokes, wheels and axles, afflicted by fear. Others, riding horses, were nearly thrown off. Others were carried away by their elephants after being impaled by spears. Others were trampled to death by elephants covered in arrows. Some, deprived of weapons and armor, fell from their vehicles or mounts. Some were cut down by the wheels of chariots or crushed by the hooves of elephants and horses. Others, shouting the names of their kings and sons, fled in terror, unrecognizable to one another, drained of all energy by anguish. Others, after placing commanders, sons, brothers and friends on chariots, were seen removing their armor and washing it in water. After the death of Drona, the Kuru army, reduced to such terrible conditions, fled in haste. The effects of the Narayana weapon, as described, seem very similar to those of a localized earthquake, possibly caused by an underground explosion of unprecedented violence, like a powerful mine detonated beneath the enemy army. It's worth noting that until this weapon was detonated, invoked as the Sanskrit text says, the battle seemed to have been fought with traditional weapons. The soldiers, impaled by spears on the necks of elephants and elephants covered in arrows, testify to that, as do the references to the soldiers' armor. The Narayana weapon suddenly ended all of this, and the enemy army fled in uncontrollable panic, as the Aryan historian masterfully and vividly describes. It's also noteworthy that, when describing arrows and spears, the text uses appropriate terms and not figurative language. This suggests a similar level of precision when describing the effects of the superweapon. Before moving on to another battle, one more detail. What could have prompted some Kuru warriors, despite the widespread panic, to stop and remove their armor to wash it? What contamination were they trying to cleanse it from? We are unable to answer these questions, and any hypothesis would be speculative. Mahabharata, Drona Vadha Parva, section 202. Mahadeva was consumed with anger, and neither gods nor asuras, Gandharvas, nor Rakshasas could find peace, not even if they hid deep in the ocean. In those distant days, Daksha had gathered the elements necessary to perform a sacrifice, but in his rage, Mahadeva destroyed that sacrifice. He became very severe at that moment. Firing an arrow from his bow, he let out terrible roars. The celestials were filled with anxiety and fear. Indeed, when Mahadeva grew angry, and the sacrifice, in its corporeal form, fled, the gods were greatly frightened by the sound of Mahadeva's bow and the sound of his hands. The gods and the asuras prostrated themselves and submitted to Mahadeva. All the waters swelled in agitation, and the earth trembled. The mountains split, and all the cardinal points and nagas were struck with amazement. The universe, wrapped in dense darkness, could no longer be seen. The brightness of all the stars, including the sun, was destroyed. The rishis, filled with fear and concern for their well-being and that of all creatures, performed propitiatory rites. Surya was the one who consumed the main offering. Once again, Mahadeva directed a rain of fiery, sharp arrows at the gods, resembling tongues of fire mixed with smoke or clouds with lightning. Seeing that rain of arrows, all the gods, bowing to Maheswara, assigned a large portion of the sacrifice to Rudra. Previously, the valiant Asuras had possessed 3 cities in the sky. Each of these cities was excellent and great. One was made of iron, another of silver, and the third of gold. The golden city belonged to Kamalaksha, the silver city to Tarakaksha, and the third, made of iron, was ruled by Vidyunmalin. Despite all his weapons, Maghavat, Indra, was unable to make any impression on these cities. The difference in style with which this battle is described is immediately evident. We must not forget that the Mahabharata was composed by different authors over centuries. The description is less precise regarding the weapons used and their effects, while it seems more concerned with the religious ritual aspects of the dispute at the heart of the conflict. However, those fiery, sharp arrows resembling tongues of fire mixed with smoke, or clouds with lightning, irresistibly evoke the idea of a cluster of small missiles fired in succession. Another noteworthy aspect is that this is not a battle between humans, but between gods. The wrathful Mahadeva is Shiva. The next battle is particularly interesting because it is described in both the Mahabharata and the Rig Veda. At first glance, the accounts seem very different, but the common point is the name of the city around which the fighting takes place. In one, it is called Hiranyapura, and in the other, Haryupya, different spellings of the same name. Today, the city is known as Harappa. We will have the opportunity to discuss it further later on. Mahabharata, Abhimanyu Vadha Parva, section LXXV. It is said that the Prince Maheswara of supreme energy was previously encountered by Partha at the foot of the Himalayas. Encouraged by the leader of the celestial creatures, he killed 1,000 Danavas living in Hiranyapura with just one chariot. That son of Kunti is now allied with Vasudeva and is of great intelligence. I believe he is now capable of destroying the three worlds, including the gods themselves. Rig Veda, Book 6, Hymn 27, verses 5 and 6. In support of Abhyavatin Kayamana, Indra destroyed the seed of Varasika. At Haryupya, he struck the vanguard of the Virkavans, and those behind fled in terror. 3,000 armored warriors, seeking glory together, on the Yavyavati, O much-sought Indra, the sons of Varshivan fell under the arrow, like pots that explode, they met their destruction. Apart from the use of weapons that kill thousands of men at a time, shredding them like pots that explode, it's worth noting that Indra is the leader of the gods, and according to the Mahabharata, it was the leader of celestial beings who urged Prince Maheswara to carry out the massacre. The following excerpt has been chosen because, more than describing a battle, it portrays a sort of titanic duel where offensive and defensive weapons counter each other, something akin to a missile defense system. Mahabharata, Gatotkacha Vada Parva, section 156. Drona, full of great anger, struck Yudhishthira with the Vayavya weapon. The son of Pandu, however, neutralized that weapon with his own, similar to it. Seeing his weapon neutralized, the son of Bharadwaja, full of anger and eager to slay the son of Pandu, launched several celestial weapons at Yudhishthira, such as the Varuna, Yama, Agneya, Tvashta, and Savitra. The heavily armed Pandava, however, fearlessly repelled all the weapons of the born from a vessel, which were directed or about to be directed at him. Then the born from a vessel, intent on fulfilling his vow and eager, for the sake of your son, to kill the son of Dharma, invoked the Aindra and Prajapatiya weapons. But the first of the Kuru race, Yudhishthira, elephant-like and lion-like in bearing, with broad chest and large red eyes, infused with energy only slightly inferior to Drona's, invoked the Mahendra weapon. With this, he neutralized Drona's weapon. Seeing all his weapons neutralized, Drona, full of rage and eager to destroy Yudhishthira, invoked the Brahma weapon. Wrapped in thick darkness, we could not see what was happening. Even all the animals, O monarch, were full of great terror. Seeing the Brahma weapon aimed at him, the son of Kunti, Yudhishthira, O king, neutralized it with his own Brahma weapon. We conclude this series of battles, just a small sample of the hundreds of similar examples found in the sacred Hindu texts, with an excerpt from the Ramayana. Ramayana, Uttarakanda, chapter 101. Then Bharata, Rama's younger brother, angered, unleashed a terrible spear. Trapped in the grip of destruction, 300,000 Gandharvas were slaughtered in an instant, torn apart by that hero. The inhabitants of the celestial regions could not recall another conflict so terrible where, in the blink of an eye, so many warriors had perished. After slaughtering the Gandharvas, Bharata, son of Kaikeyi, entered those two opulent and magnificent cities, and there Bharata established Taksha at Takshashila and Pushkala at Pushkalavata in the land of the Gandharvas, in the enchanting region of Gandhara. 300,000 men killed in an instant. It is only in recent years that we've developed the technology to surpass such devastation. A vast arsenal. Rama receives missiles, chemical weapons, and meteorological weapons. Enter the astonishing vehicles called Vimana. Some Sanskrit scholars, even prominent ones, have cautiously suggested that the incredible success of the Aryans in their battles was due not only to their military prowess, but also to their possession of extremely powerful weapons. However, the general tendency has been to dismiss these chilling and precise descriptions of wars and terrifying weapons as mythological fantasies or poetic hyperbole. It is, however, very interesting to compare these mythological fantasies and poetic hyperboles with the ancient texts and legends of Mediterranean or European cultures. The difference is immediately striking. The gods worshipped by the ancient inhabitants of Europe, even when armed, possessed nothing comparable to the weapons described in the Sanskrit books. In fact, the weapons attributed to them were identical to those used by the people who worshipped them: bows, arrows, spears, swords, and shields. Even when divine, these weapons were merely superior in size, penetration, and durability, but they remained fundamentally traditional. At the beginning of the Iliad, when Apollo, angered by Agamemnon's insult to his priest Chryses, descends toward the Greek camp to exact his revenge, Homer tells us that he was armed with a bow and that on his back he carried a closed quiver from which arrows rattled ominously. For 8 days, the divine arrows flew over the Achaean camp, causing great devastation too immense to be the work of a single archer. However, it is Homer himself who clarifies that this is a metaphor. Earlier, he writes that the son of Leto and Zeus, Apollo, angry with the leader, Agamemnon, unleashed a deadly plague upon the camp. Thus, it was a plague that decimated the Greeks, not Apollo in person. Homer, addressing an audience familiar with the damage that even a divine archer could cause, could not otherwise justify the mass death of the Achaeans. The weapons of other gods in classical mythology were similar to those of Apollo and the Greeks. Mars and Minerva are armed with helmets, armor, shields, and spears. Diana the huntress, although more peaceful, also uses a bow and arrows. Similarly, in Nordic mythologies, Thor's weapon is Mjolnir, a hammer, although it is enormous and capable of producing thunder when it strikes the ground. Odin is armed with the enchanted spear Gungnir, crafted by the dwarf Brok, which differs from mortal spears only in that it always hits its target and returns to its owner. Siegfried wields a sword. Moving forward a few centuries and examining the epic cycles of the Knights of the Round Table and the Paladins of Charlemagne, we still find magical weapons. Still, again, they are the typical weapons of the time. Arthur's Excalibur and Roland's Durandal are super swords with unusual powers, but they do not kill enemies by the thousands, nor do they explode, burn, turn the sky red, or darken the sun. The human imagination had not created anything new, it merely exaggerated the known instruments of war. In all of our mythological and epic literature, we do not find anything even remotely comparable to the weapons described in the Rig Veda, Mahabharata, and Ramayana. There is one exception, the Zeus of the Greeks, Jupiter for the Romans. When he was angry, he did not use arrows or spears, but hurled lightning bolts, something that no Greek or Roman could do. This, far from contradicting our thesis, supports it. The name Zeus derives from the Sanskrit name Diaush Pitir, the supreme deity of the Aryan tribes settled in Greece. In the early Aryan pantheon, Diaush Pitir was the father of the gods. However, by the time the Vedas were written, he had already been demoted in the divine hierarchy. Scholars identify him with Diu, one of the 8 Vasas who served Indra. Among this group is a figure we have already encountered in previous excerpts, Agni, the bearer of the terrifying Agneya weapon. His 7 companions, like their leader Indra, also had equally terrifying weapons, widely cited in Vedic texts. What happened? Likely, either the Aryan tribes that settled in Greece lost contact with the main body of their people still residing in India before these weapons were used, or, as generations passed, the Greco-Aryans found it increasingly difficult to believe in weapons so different from what they knew and gradually transformed them into simple lightning bolts, frightening enough to be attributed to divine will, but familiar to them. In reality, according to the Vedic texts, these were real weapons, as demonstrated by this passage. Ramayana, Bala Kanda, Chapter 27. Rama receives celestial weapons. Having rested overnight in the forest, the illustrious sage Vishvamitra smiled, and speaking to Rama in sweet tones, said, "O Prince of great renown, I am fully satisfied with you and delighted to give you these weapons, by means of which you will be able to conquer and subdue all your enemies, whether they are devas, asuras, or nagas. Accept these divine weapons, O Rama. Here is the great celestial disc, the Danda weapon, the Dharma and Kala weapons, O hero, along with Vishnu's disc and Indra's irresistible weapon. O Prince, I grant you the Dharma Pasha and Kala Pasha weapons, along with the unparalleled Varuna Pasha, the Ashanis, the Shushka, and the Ardra. O joy of the house of Raghu, I also give you the Pinaka and Naravana weapons, the Hayashiras and Crowncha. I give you two other powers, O Kakutstha, sprout of the Raghu race, the Kankala and the Kinkini, all intended to destroy the Rakshasas. And, chief among men, I grant you the powerful Vidyadhara weapon, known as Nandana. Here too is the favored weapon of the Gandharvas, known as Mohana, and I also give you the Prasapana, Prashamana, and Saumya, O Raghava. O tiger among men, accept the Varshana, Shoshana, Santapana, and Vilapana weapons, along with the irresistible and much appreciated weapons of Kandapa, Madana, and Unmadana, and the renowned Gandharva weapon known as Manava, and the Rudramisha of the Pisachas. Accept them all, O lion among men, O illustrious prince. Take also, O son of the king, the Tamasa and the mighty Saumana, the irresistible Sanvarta and Maushala, the Satya weapon called Tejasprabha, which destroys the power of enemies, Soma's weapon called Shishira, and the supremely formidable Tvashta, the terrible Shiteshu of Bhaga, and the Madana. O valiant Rama, accept these powerful and irresistible celestial weapons and be capable of assuming any desired form. This formidable list of weapons gives us an idea of how rich and varied the arsenal of those times must have been. However, due to the complexity of the names, it doesn't tell us much more, except perhaps that the sage Vishvamitra, like many sages, was a bit forgetful since some weapons were given to Rama 2 or 3 times. More interesting would be to discover what these weapons were. For this, we turn to an unexpected source. The translation of the Ramayana by the illustrious Sanskrit scholar Hari Prasad Shastri. At the end of the first volume, there is an interesting glossary explaining the various weapons. While it does not fully satisfy our curiosity, it holds some surprises. The glossary provides an alphabetical list of dozens of weapons, including those given to Rama. Some are unremarkable, as they are perfectly compatible with the historical period they refer to, such as the Aishika, arrow, or the slightly more complex Karnis, a double-pointed arrow whose lobes resemble ears, or the Kamkala, harpoon. Other weapons leave us completely in the dark, like the Hayashira. Even if we learn that it is a weapon with a horse's head, our knowledge is not greatly increased. However, some weapons are clearly described and are so similar to modern weapons that they leave us perplexed. Ardra, a weapon that produces moisture, fog. Alakshya, a projectile whose trajectory cannot be followed, therefore much faster than a regular arrow or spear. Dharana, a weapon that splits and shatters things. Darpana, a weapon that dries up water. Jambaka, a weapon filled with evil spirits. Kamaruchi, an intelligent arrow that goes where it wants. Kandarpa, a weapon that excessively excites sexual desire. Kashapani, a weapon that neutralizes enemy means of destruction. Lakshya, a weapon whose course can be tracked. Guided missile. Modana, a weapon that induces intoxication. Moha, a weapon that causes unconsciousness. Murchdana, a weapon that temporarily suspends all sensations. Nandana, a weapon that produces joy. Laughing gas. Paisha Astra, a spectral weapon that consumes red flesh. Prasvapana, a weapon that induces sleep. Pratiharatara, a weapon that neutralizes the effect of other weapons. Shabdavedtiva, an arrow that follows sounds and is capable of striking invisible objects. Shatagni, a weapon that kills hundreds at a time. Shoshana, a weapon used to dry up waters and counteract the effects of the Varshana. Sumanva, a weapon that controls the mind. Varshana, a weapon that produces intense rainfall on enemies. Viduta, a weapon that vibrates strongly. Vinidra, a weapon that causes drowsiness. Sanvata, a weapon that belongs to Kala, time, and is used to destroy worlds. Tevashtar, the weapon of chaos, possessing the powers of the divine architect. This list of weapons demonstrates the complexity and sophistication of ancient arsenals, suggesting advanced technologies that are strikingly reminiscent of modern warfare. It is not difficult to recognize in this list some of the most lethal modern weapons: remote-controlled missiles, bombs with timers, chemical weapons, paralytic or corrosive gases, and even meteorological weapons. When examining this list, it's important to remember that Valmiki, when referring to normal weapons, used the appropriate terms: swords, spears, arrows, shields, armor, and so on. Therefore, it is plausible that in describing these terrible weapons, he was referring to objects very different from arrows and swords, and that his descriptions should be taken more or less literally. Thus, we might be facing a very modern arsenal, and it is no longer surprising that those who developed it also possessed the superweapon Agneya, whose effects we have already seen described earlier. However, the surprises don't end here. If we do some calculations, it becomes clear that all the weapons given to Rama would likely have overwhelmed him with their sheer weight, rather than being beneficial. How can this apparent contradiction be explained? As the sage named the weapons, they presented themselves on their own. With hands joined, the weapons offered their obedience to Rama, and speaking in harmonious tones, they said, "O tiger among men, we are at your service. Tell us what you would have us do." Rama replied, "When I call you to mind in times of need, you must come to my aid. Now you may all depart." Circling around Rama, the weapons responded, "So be it, Lord," and returned from where they had come. This brief passage raises an interesting problem. When Valmiki describes the weapons presenting themselves to Rama, paying him homage, and asking for orders, it could very well be a poetic metaphor to illustrate the hero's complete mastery of those instruments of war. However, this is not the only explanation, nor, in our opinion, the most logical one. It seems more sensible that the sage Vishvamitra did not physically hand over the weapons to his protégé, but much more rationally made soldiers equipped with the devices available to him. The habit of naming the user of a weapon by the name of the weapon itself is widespread even in our culture. At one time, a skilled swordsman was called a fine blade, and Western films popularized the phrase, "the fastest gun in the West." Anyone familiar with medieval history has likely encountered phrases like, "the Duke so-and-so went to war at the head of 400 lances," meaning 400 knights armed with lances. And let's not forget a famous Italian leader who boasted of having 8 million bayonets at his disposal. If we accept this hypothesis, the scene becomes much simpler and more understandable. But the real issue lies in Rama's words. "When I call you to mind in times of need, you must come to my aid." What does this mean? Should we infer that Rama and his soldiers had access to some form of long-distance communication system? Or were they perhaps capable of sending telepathic messages? This second hypothesis might be supported by the words of another general in the Ramayana, a defeated general who, after returning in defeat, bitterly laments, "I thought much of you in the moment of danger, but you did not hear me." These are fascinating hypotheses, but let's be clear that they are merely that, hypotheses unverified. While it is perfectly plausible that an advanced technological society, as demonstrated by the weapons described, might have discovered radio or a similar device, it is much harder for a Westerner to calmly accept the idea of a general giving orders telepathically. The weapons we've seen described are clearly the product of an extremely advanced technology, perhaps even more advanced than ours. It is unthinkable that such technology was exclusively used for weaponry. At a minimum, there must have also been vehicles capable of swiftly transporting weapons and people to where they were needed at any given moment. The Vedic texts frequently mention these means of transport. They were aircraft called Vimana. In the Sanskrit English dictionary by M. Mortimer Williams, recognized as one of the best available, the entry for Vimana reads, "Mythical flying machine that moves not by animal propulsion but by its own power. It transports passengers through the sky. It is often referred to as a celestial chariot." Here, if it were still necessary, we have another example of the strong psychological resistance Westerners have toward anything in ancient texts that deviates from the traditionally accepted image of the Vedic period. The word mythical is a completely gratuitous adjective in a bilingual dictionary, which should merely pair a word in the first language with its equivalent in the second without adding commentary. The correct translation of Vimana is simply aircraft. For those who composed the Rig Veda, Mahabharata, and Ramayana, the Vimana were far from mythical. This is confirmed by the second meaning the word took on in a later period, a temple shaped like a flying machine. Evidently, ancient architects, when designing a particular type of religious structure, were inspired by machines they had either seen with their own eyes or heard described very well. Moreover, the dictionary limits itself to defining the word without studying its origin. In fact, Vimana is a compound word from the prefix vi, meaning bird or flight, and the suffix man, meaning an inhabited place built artificially. So the exact translation of Vimana is artificial bird inhabited. We will dedicate a more in-depth analysis to the Vimana later, based on an ancient text known as the Vimanika Shastra, which is virtually unknown in the West and has only been printed in a few copies even in India. Here, we will limit ourselves to recounting the adventures, so to speak, of a particular Vimana, the Pushpaka, which appears quite frequently in the Ramayana. At this point, to help the reader's understanding, it is useful to insert a brief summary of the Ramayana. Rama, or rather Ramachandra, as his full name goes, was a celestial prince, son of Dasaratha, king of Ayodhya. He went into exile for 14 years, although some versions say 16. After a period of wandering and adventures, he settled in a territory straddling the current border between Iran and Afghanistan, where he founded his kingdom, Ramsharistan. During his exile, he became engaged, or married, according to some versions, to Princess Sita, daughter of Janaka, king of Mithila. His happiness was short-lived because Sita was kidnapped by Ravana, king of Lanka. Rama immediately set out to rescue her, supported by his friend and ally, General Hanuman, king of the monkeys. In reality, the Sanskrit term means inhabitant of the forests, so it is likely they were a rather primitive people living in the woods. After a fierce battle, Rama killed Ravana, conquered Lanka, and freed the beloved Sita. He then left his lieutenant, Bibhishamina, also known as Vibhishana, Ravana's younger brother and a great supporter of Rama, in charge of the city and set off by air in the Pushpaka Vimana, which he had seized as a war trophy, and together with Sita and other companions returned to the capital of his father's kingdom. Something similar happens in the Ramayana to what occurs in the Iliad, a war sparked between two peoples fighting for economic and military supremacy, Aryans versus Dravidians in the first case, Greeks versus Trojans in the second, is framed by both poets in a romantic narrative of an identical story, a woman abducted, and the battles fought to free her. The story of Rama is constantly intertwined in the Sanskrit epic with that of his great antagonist, Ravana. In reality, this is the name of the dynasty that ruled Lanka for about 400 years. The personal name of this Ravana is Dashagriva, but both names refer to the same figure. During the period that concerns us, Lanka was ruled by Danada, who, under threat, ceded it without a fight to his brother Ravana Dashagriva and retired to the Himalayas. Not content with having deposed him, Ravana Dashagriva pursued him there, defeated him in combat, and took the Pushpaka Vimana as a trophy. Ramayana, Uttarakhanda, chapter 15. Having defeated Dahanada, the first of the Rakshasas, Ravana joyfully took, as a symbol of his victory, the Pushpaka Vimana, which was equipped with golden pillars and doors of emerald, adorned with rows of pearls, and housed within it trees that bore fruit in every season. As fast as thought, it flew wherever desired. Equipped with golden steps, encrusted with gems, and with a golden floor, that indescribable vehicle of the gods, a perpetual feast for the eyes and heart, that masterpiece created by Vishvakarma at Brahma's command, with its endless adornments, was truly a wonder. Inside, one could find everything one desired, and it was of such magnificence that nothing could surpass it. Neither too hot nor too cold, it was pleasantly temperate in every season. Rising aboard that Vimana, which he had won through his valor, able to go wherever he wished, King Ravana, full of pride and malice, believed he had conquered the three worlds. Having conquered Vaishravana, he descended from Mount Kailasha, and having achieved this great victory through his valor, this night wanderer, with his crown and flawless pearl necklace swaying, shone like fire in his marvelous Vimana. We are faced with a description that may raise eyebrows, especially when it speaks of the precious materials used to build the Vimana. The only technical information, so to speak, that we can gather from this description is that it was a flying machine, with a climate-controlled interior and equipped with many comforts. The following passage, however, is more interesting, as it describes a dramatic journey Ravana takes aboard the newly conquered Vimana. Ramayana, Uttarakhanda, chapter 16. While ascending the mountain that rose from the middle of the swamp, O Rama, he, Ravana, noticed that the Pushpaka Vimana had suddenly stopped moving. Then that king of the Rakshasas, surrounded by his servants, pondered, "Why has this Vimana stopped? Why does it not continue to move, since it was created to obey the will of its master? Why is the Pushpaka Vimana not going where I wish? Could this be the work of some resident of the mountain?" Then, O Rama, the intelligent Maricha, said to him, "It is not without reason, O king, that the Pushpaka Vimana has stopped moving. Without a doubt it can only serve Danada, and since it is now separated from that lord of wealth, it has become immobile." As he spoke, a fearsome dwarf, yellow and black, with a stocky build, a shaved head, and short arms appeared. It was Nandi. Approaching that Indra among the Rakshasas, that servant of Bhava, Nandi, fearlessly addressed him, saying, "Leave, O Dashagriva. The noble Shankara is enjoying himself on this mountain. It is forbidden for birds, serpents, takshas, devas, gandharvas, and rakshasas to come here." From this passage, we gather an interesting piece of information. While the Vimana was at Danada's disposal before, and later at Ravana's, neither of them could pilot it, nor did they have the slightest idea about the physical or mechanical principles by which it operated. It seems as though the machine was given to them for use, complete with a crew. Also of interest is the sudden appearance of the yellow and black dwarf, whose origin is unclear, whether he came from outside or from another part of the Vimana where Ravana had no access. The mention of a forbidden zone, where neither animals nor men, the dwarf lists a series of Aryan and non-Aryan tribes, were allowed to venture, is also significant. Continuing the story, Ravana does not accept the prohibition, descends from the Vimana to face external forces, but is defeated. However, he demonstrates such valor that the Vimana is left to him, and with it he returns to Lanka. However, he has little time to enjoy his conquest in peace, as Rama arrives, kills him, and takes possession of the Pushpaka Vimana, which is handed over to him by Bibhishamina. Ramayana, Yuddha Kanda. Chapter 123. So replied Bibhishamina, "I will ensure that you reach the city, Ayodhya, residence of Rama's father, Ed. In one day, O prince, your happiness awaits you there. There is an aerial chariot called Pushpaka, which shines like the sun. This celestial and wondrous chariot, capable of going anywhere according to your will, is at your disposal, O you of unparalleled valor. This chariot, bright as a cloud, will transport you safely to Ayodhya. It is here, awaiting your command. The golden pillars and emerald doors have disappeared. The Pushpaka has become a more acceptable, celestial and wondrous chariot. On the other hand, this brief passage provides us with a first indication of the technical performance of the Vimana. To explain this better, we are forced to make a small anticipation. In the next chapter, we will demonstrate how the city of Lanka, mentioned in the Ramayana, is to be identified with the ruins now known as Mohenjo-Daro, on the banks of the Indus. The city of Ayodhya has retained its name, even considering the fact that, as we will see in the next citation, Rama does not fly directly to his father's city, but makes a small detour and a stop. The flight of the Pushpaka Vimana covers a distance of about 1,900 kilometers. Since Bibhishamina states, "I will ensure that you reach the city in one day," we can attempt to get an idea of the cruising speed of the Vimana. Unfortunately, this idea is rather imprecise because the calculation of speed depends on the space-time relationship. In our case, while the space variable has been calculated quite accurately, the time variable is much harder to quantify. To begin with, the expression "in one day" could refer to either just the daylight hours or the entire 24-hour period. Most likely, the correct interpretation of the Sanskrit text is the former, so we can estimate that "in one day" refers to a time span of around 12 hours. Complicating our calculations further is the stop Rama makes, whose duration is unknown. Despite these difficulties, it seems possible to at least calculate that the Vimana on which Rama traveled flew at subsonic speed. We dare not add more here. Further information is found in the following passage. Ramayana, Yuddha Kanda, chapter 125. At Rama's command, the Vimana rose into the air with a great noise, and Rama, the delight of the Raghus, looking down on all sides, said to the princess of Mithila, Sita, whose face was like the moon, "See how Lanka was built by Vishvakarma on the peak of the three-pointed rock, which resembles the summit of Mount Kailasha. Look at the battlefield, covered in a mud of flesh and blood. There, O Sita, a great slaughter of Titans." In the text, this refers to the inhabitants of Lanka, subjects of Ravana, and has nothing to do with their physical size, but indicates their economic and military power, Ied, and monkeys has occurred. There lies the fierce king of the Titans, Ravana, who, despite the favors he received, was slain by me because of you, O lady with large eyes. Now we have reached Kishkinda, with its magnificent forests, the capital of Sugriva, where I killed Bali. Then Sita, seeing the city of Kishkinda, of which Bali had once been the champion, spoke to Rama in a gentle, loving and longing tone. "O Prince, I wish to enter the royal capital of Ayodhya with Sugriva's beloved consorts, Tara foremost among them, and also the wives of the other commanders of the monkeys." Thus Vaidehi spoke, and Raghava replied, "So be it." And when they were directly above Kishkinda, he halted the Vimana and said to Sugriva, "O lion among monkeys, summon all the Plavamgamas, along with their wives, to come to Ayodhya to accompany Sita and me. Call them all and make sure they leave swiftly." Hearing Rama's command, Sugriva, the illustrious monarch of the monkeys, who possessed immeasurable energy, went into the inner chambers of the palace, and, seeing Tara, said, "O dear one, by Raghava's order, who wishes to please Vaidehi, quickly gather the consorts of the magnanimous monkeys and have them set off for Ayodhya to visit the wives of King Dasaratha." Hearing Sugriva's words, Tara, with her beautiful form, gathered the female monkeys and said to them, "Sugriva commands us to leave for Ayodhya. Kindly accompany me and witness the arrival of Rama, amidst the people of the city and the countryside, and the splendor of Dasaratha's wives." Obeying Tara's command, the female monkeys adorned themselves and surrounded her, boarding the Vimana, eager to see Sita. And once again, the Vimana rose into the sky, carrying them. Raghava, who was gazing downward in all directions, seeing that they had reached the vicinity of Rishyamukha, turned once more to Vaidehi and said, "O Sita, here is a great mountain that resembles a cloud split by lightning, rich in gold and other metals. It was there that I met that Indra among monkeys, Sugriva, and made an agreement with him to kill Bali. Now we are above Lake Pampa, with its wonderful fields of blue lotuses. It was there, separated from you, that in the depths of my grief I wept. It was on its banks that I met the virtuous Shabari. There is the tumultuous Godavari with its clear waters, and there you can see the hermitage of Agastya, covered with palm trees. Look, O lady, the beautiful shape of the king of mountains, Chitrakuta, is beginning to appear. It was there that the son of Kaikeya came to beg my forgiveness. Here is the enchanting Yamuna, with its wild woods. Now we are in sight of the Ganges, the sacred river with its 3 branches. There lies the city of Sringavara, where my friend Guha lives. And there is the Sarayu River, with rows of stone columns along its banks, commemorating the kings of the Ikshvaku dynasty. Look there, the royal palace of my father. O Vaidehi, bow to Ayodhya, for we have returned." This is undoubtedly the most interesting passage among those we have cited, particularly for the descriptions Rama gives to Sita of the landscape below. They are remarkable both from a psychological and, let's say, technical standpoint. Rama speaks like someone who is accustomed to flying and can immediately recognize what is beneath him, even when viewed from a completely different perspective than from the ground. Aside from the language, his descriptions are identical to those that pilots of commercial airlines occasionally give to passengers. Anyone with flying experience knows that it is not always easy to recognize familiar cities, mountains, or rivers when viewed from a great height. It is natural for Rama to feel the urge to describe the landscape below to Sita. It seems completely natural to us because whether from direct experience, from stories by friends, or from seeing aerial photographs, we are all more or less familiar with the view offered to us during a flight. But how did the ancient author of the Ramayana know all these things? How could he have known many centuries ago the geography of such a vast territory that stretches from the borders of Pakistan, crossing all of northern India in such a way as to trace an exact route? What are the chances that he could have invented such a realistic description of a flight purely by chance? Isn't it much more plausible to think that whoever wrote these verses actually had real flying experience and had access to accurate maps? Moreover, the passage provides us with additional technical details about the Vimana. Given the number of people who boarded it, it must have been quite a large aircraft, and from what can be inferred from the text, most likely capable of vertical takeoff and landing. As we have seen, though, according to popular opinion, the Vimana should be considered mythical. Well, let's once again compare these myths with other similar ones from a culture closer to ours. The most famous is certainly that of Icarus, but Daedalus's son flew using wings constructed by his father from feathers and wax. Phaethon used a chariot drawn by winged horses. Mercury flew thanks to wings on his feet and helmet. Angels, in popular tradition, have wings similar to those of birds, while demons have large bat wings. None of them used flying machines, and it's unlikely that popular imagination would have attributed such devices to them, because when these myths were born, flying machines were unknown to the populations that created Icarus and company. As with weapons, we are once again faced with a very strange mythology that has an inexplicable inclination to describe products of an advanced technology. It is logical at this point to ask what might have led them to create, from nothing, a mythology which, if the official scientific thesis is correct, must have seemed utterly absurd to their contemporaries. This, however, is something official culture does not explain. In the end, there are 2 possibilities. Either there is some truth in what they say, or the ancient Sanskrit writers invented everything, apparently with the sole purpose of deceiving us, their innocent descendants of the 20th century. Because, let's not forget, their descriptions make sense and refer to precise, tangible things only for us, who are now accustomed to the wonders of technology and know that flying machines capable of covering enormous distances in a day, and weapons with immense destructive power, do indeed exist. For all the centuries that have passed since the Vimana ceased to fly until today, the descriptions in the Sanskrit texts remained completely indecipherable. Thinking absurdly, even if we accept the incredible hypothesis that the Vedic writers conspired together over several centuries to deceive us, we must admit that they did so with great cunning, even anticipating one of our possible objections. Recent history teaches us that as soon as airplanes achieved a minimum of maneuverability and reliability, they were used in military missions. In our eyes, it would seem very strange if, apart from sophisticated weapons, the protagonists of the ancient Vedic wars had not also thought to use their Vimana for military purposes. Objection anticipated. In the Sanskrit texts, there are descriptions of furious aerial battles, such as this one. Ramayana, Uttarakanda, chapter 23. Seeing their army overwhelmed in flight, the sons of Varuna, overcome by the rain of missiles, tried to break off the combat and were fleeing underground shelters? But when they saw Ravana on his Pushpaka Vimana, they suddenly changed course and dashed towards the sky in their fleet of flying machines. Having thus obtained a position as favorable as that of their enemies, they began a desperate battle. A terrible fight broke out in the air, like that between the gods and the Danavas. Then Mahodara, provoked, seeing Ravana so fiercely engaged, cast aside all fear of death, and in his martial fervor, glaring around furiously, struck the enemy's flying chariots with his mace, causing them to fall from the sky at wind speed. The examples cited have answered our first question. The ancient Vedic texts speak unequivocally of sophisticated weapons, telecommunication systems, and flying transport vehicles, all products of a technology equal to or even superior to ours. One last observation must be made before moving on to the next issue. Careful examination reveals that the ancient authors did not have a precise understanding of the weapons and machines they describe. It seems they saw them and witnessed their effects, but either due to a lack of technical vocabulary or insufficient familiarity, their depiction is somewhat lacking from a technical and descriptive point of view. It's as if what happened when Native Americans came into contact with the technology of the white settlers occurred here. The Native Americans saw rifles, learned how to use them, but called them thundersticks. They saw and handled cavalry sabers, but referred to them as long knives. They saw trains and perhaps even boarded them, but called them iron horses. Similarly, the Aryans saw a projectile traveling through the air, changing direction to follow a moving target, but called it an intelligent arrow instead of a guided missile. They saw an aircraft, but referred to it as an inhabited bird, and so on. This, far from invalidating our thesis that the Sanskrit texts bear witness to real events, actually strengthens it and fully justifies the lack of precision in the descriptions. The theatre of atomic clashes. The sacred texts provide the geographical description of the war zone. The fabled Lanka of Rama is today called Mohenjo-Daro. A poet who died 4,000 years ago and a modern archaeologist have described the same events. Having resolved the first problem, it is now essential to address the second, more difficult, but also more important issue. Where exactly were these tremendous battles fought? Only after answering this question can a journey be organized with at least a minimal probability of success, to check if, after so many millennia, any traces are still identifiable. And if these were indeed wars involving the use of nuclear devices, there should still be traces. In the Vedic texts, many of the battles are localized in a territory called Sapta Sindhu, literally land of the 7 rivers, which is described as follows. Rig Veda 1:32-12. A horse's tail you were when he, O Indra, struck you with his blow. You, O God second to none, reclaimed the land, won the Soma, and set the 7 rivers free to flow. This is just one of many verses that, in various hymns, mention and describe the Sapta Sindhu. We have chosen this one among others because it may be the best suited for identifying the location on a modern atlas. At first glance, looking at any map of Asia, one can see that the Indus River, with its tributaries, forms the image of a rich horse's tail. However, upon counting, it becomes clear that there are 6 rivers, not 7. The contradiction is only apparent because archaeologists have discovered that in ancient times the great river had another tributary, now dry, but whose bed is still clearly identifiable. Originating from the east, the 7th river flowed into the Sutlej, which in turn empties into the Indus. In other hymns, the 7 rivers are named as follows: Sindhu, Sutudri, Asikni, Parusni, Vitasta, Vipas, and Sarsavati. Sanskrit scholars have long identified these rivers, correlating the ancient names with their modern counterparts. Sindhu equals Indus, Sutudri equals Sutlej, Parusni equals Ravi, Asikni equals Chenab, Vitasta equals Jhelum, Vipas equals Beas, Sarsavati equals Shagar. This geographical identification is complemented by a cultural one, derived from the 3rd verse we cited earlier, where it says, "You have won the Soma." This is another indication that Sapta Sindhu corresponds to the Indus Valley, as Soma was one of the highest deities worshipped in the region, and Soma is also the name of a plant, botanically known today as Sarcostema viminalis, or Asclepias acida, a climbing plant from which a stimulating drug was extracted, once characteristic of the area we are considering. Another confirmation, more of a curiosity, comes from Mesopotamia, a land with which the populations of the Indus Valley had flourishing trade. Archaeologists have established that one of the goods exported in large quantities from the Indus Valley to Mesopotamia was cotton, either in bales or fabrics. In ancient Babylon, one of the many names for muslin was Sindhu. Evidently, the fabric was simply named after the country of origin, just as we today call a particular woolen fabric cashmere. This identification is agreed upon by both archaeologists and Vedic scholars such as Abhinas Chandradas and Taylor in Origin of the Aryans. The migrations of the Aryans have been identified, though there is still debate over the methods and times through which various ethnic groups reached the area. Max Müller and Haug, for example, while disagreeing on certain details, agree on the identification of some cities within the area we are examining. Baron von Bunsen even provides a list of Vedic cities alongside their modern names. The most important include Sugda or Sogdiana, modern Samarkand, Vayekarita, Kabul, Haroyu, or Arda, Herat. We can thus reasonably assume that Sapta Sindhu corresponds to an area between Pakistan, Afghanistan, and West India. However, this is still a vast territory, and it was not feasible to begin the search without a more precise localization. A much more precise one is necessary to locate the areas where the battles took place. Continuing in the text, it says that the few survivors fled to take refuge in the Asta Mountains. Asta literally means where the sun sets. The description of the terrain where the troops moved and its geographic position leads us to believe that the Asta Hills correspond to what is now the Suleiman mountain range. Even in this case, though, while being a more restricted territory, locating it with absolute precision involves enormous difficulties. The safest way would be to identify a city near where a battle was fought, or that itself was the theatre of a battle. With the Ramayana in hand, the name of the city suggests itself, Lanka. That is the city that must be precisely identified. According to the Ramayana, it was near Lanka that Ravana's flying chariot was located. Near Lanka, the duel between Ravana and Rama took place, presumably with the use of their best weapons, and finally, Lanka itself was besieged and its inhabitants forced to flee. There is just one problem. According to the most commonly accepted theory, more out of tradition than true conviction, Rama's Lanka is identified with the island of Ceylon, now called Sri Lanka, a name derived from the ancient Sihala Lanka. There are even those who, using the most bizarre reasoning and incredible contortions, have claimed that Ravana's city should be identified with Australia, but that theory has not gained much traction. Regardless, whether Ceylon or Australia, neither seems acceptable to us. All reasoning so far leads to one inevitable conclusion. Lanka must be located in Sapta Sindhu. Can it be identified? And most importantly, can this identification be supported with valid evidence? Yes. A series of historical, geographical, and philological elements unequivocally point to the conclusion that the city referred to as Lanka in the Ramayana should be identified as Mohenjo-Daro, one of the two most important cities in the Indus Valley. The culture of the Indus Valley was discovered relatively recently, yet we are able to form a fairly complete picture of it. In the pre-Aryan period, when the great river basin was predominantly occupied by Dravidian peoples, the Indus Valley was divided into two large culturally related empires. One in the north of the Danavas had its capital at what is now Harappa, and the other in the south of the Rakshasas had its capital at Mohenjo-Daro. Harappa has retained almost its original Sanskrit name, which was Haryupeya. The name Mohenjo-Daro, however, is of modern origin. It was coined by the workers involved in the excavation work under the guidance of the first archaeologists who brought the city's remains to light. In the Sindhi language spoken by the local population, it literally means place of death, and not mound of the dead, as it has been mistranslated so far, reflecting the impression made on the workers by the ancient skeletons unearthed. Before excavation, the area, which only had a visible Buddhist stupa erected 3 centuries before Christ, was known as the island. We have undeniable testimony of this from the archaeologist John Marshall, who in his book Mohenjo-Daro and the Indus Valley Civilization states on page 1 that the city stands on what is locally known as an island. This is completely understandable, given that the river once surrounded the most important quarter of the city, now known as the Citadel, with one of its secondary branches, and, during periodic floods, the other quarters were likely isolated from one another. In the ancient Dravidian language, and as we have mentioned, the city's inhabitants belong to the Dravidian stock, Lanka means island. Even today, in the Kalat region of Baluchistan, where a language of the same family is spoken, the word Lanka means island. Another Dravidian language is Telugu, spoken in southern India, where some populations of this race settled long ago, possibly expelled from their lands by the Aryan invasion. In Telugu, Lanka also means island. Furthermore, Ramsharistan, the kingdom of Rama, has been convincingly identified as a vast region in Persia on the border with Afghanistan. This territory borders the southeast with the Indus Valley. It is quite logical to think that the famous abduction of Sita was the result of a local dispute, i.e., it is much more reasonable that Rama's wife was kidnapped by a nearby neighbor, perhaps to exert pressure on him, rather than by the king of a distant land like Ceylon. The most precise identifying elements, however, come from another passage in the Ramayana, specifically where Hanuman reports back to Rama after scouting Lanka. Ramayana, Yuddha Kanda. Chapter 3. When questioned by Rama, Hanuman, son of Maruta, the most eloquent of narrators, said, "Now, O king, I will describe to you the extent of the defenses, the moats, and the number of troops defending the city. I will describe to you the opulence of those Titans and the great prosperity of their capital due to Ravana's austerities. I will also describe the formidable ocean, the many infantry regiments, and the strength of the cavalry. The city is full of happy people. Lanka abounds with elephants intoxicated by the juice of Manda and teeming with chariots and Titans. It has 4 immense gates, very high, with sturdy doors reinforced by massive iron bars. Catapults, darts, and stones, capable of repelling enemy assaults, are kept within reach, and the valorous Titans have accumulated hundreds of formidable spears ready for use. The city is surrounded by a high golden wall, very difficult to scale, adorned with precious stones, corals, emeralds, and pearls. From all sides, terrifying moats of great splendor have been dug, filled with icy waters and teeming with crocodiles and fish. At the entrance of these dikes, there are 4 large bridges, protected by countless weapons, and 5 large cannons are positioned all around to defend against enemies, whose battalions would be forced into the moats from every side by these war machines. The most important of these ramparts, impossible to breach, is of unsurpassed strength, dazzling with golden pillars. Possessing great physical strength, O Prince, Ravana is ever ready for combat, constantly renewing his forces. Lanka is therefore impregnable, a celestial citadel that inspires terror. Surrounded by water, with its fourfold defenses, it is situated beyond an impassable ocean, O Rama, and no ship can approach, for it offers no harbour. Built atop an inaccessible rock, Lanka, where elephants and horses abound, resembles the city of the gods and is extremely difficult to conquer. Here ends Hanuman's description. Let's compare it with the reality of Mohenjo-Daro. Lanka abounds with elephants. In the Indus Valley Civilization by John Marshall, in the chapter Animal Remains, it is reported that during excavations of the city, the skeletons of hundreds of animals were found, including many elephants. Moreover, a group of human remains was found next to a tusk. These were artisans of ivory, an industry that flourished in Mohenjo-Daro. It has 4 immense gates. In an illustration made according to archaeologists' instructions, the entrance to Mohenjo-Daro does indeed appear guarded by large gates with massive doors. Catapults, darts, and stones are kept at hand. In the volume Civilization of the Indus Valley and Beyond by the famous English archaeologist Sir Mortimer Wheeler, on page 14, it states, "Terracotta projectiles, crudely baked and weighing about 6 ounces, must have been launched by slings. Deposits of other clay projectiles, weighing 12 ounces, were prepared as ammunition stores behind the brick parapet between 2 towers in the southeast corner of Mohenjo-Daro's citadel. The city is surrounded by a high golden wall, difficult to scale. On page 15 of the already mentioned Wheeler volume, it reads, "The hill of Mohenjo-Daro was fortified by a brick wall and solid towers. Moats of great splendor have been dug all around. Usually, moat refers to a man-made structure. However, sometimes human effort is unnecessary when, as in Mohenjo-Daro, there are excellent natural moats formed by the main course of the Indus and its secondary branch. The latter, on whose banks the city's port stood, was often dredged because it tended to silt up due to the slower current. The moats are filled with icy waters and teeming with crocodiles and other fish. If Lanka were Ceylon, this passage would be utterly incomprehensible because the island is at the equator, between 0 and 15 degrees north latitude. In this area, warm currents circulate, so its waters cannot in any way be described as icy. Moreover, there are no crocodiles teeming around Ceylon, as these reptiles naturally inhabit rivers. Mohenjo-Daro, on the other hand, is bathed by the Indus, whose waters, especially during the thaw, are icy because they come from the Himalayan glaciers. Moreover, the river was rich in crocodiles and fish, particularly in ancient times. Surrounded by water, this clearly refers to an island, built on a mountain with its fourfold defenses. The citadel of Mohenjo-Daro is indeed built on a small hill, the highest elevation in the area, and was the most fortified part of the city. No ship can approach. Again, if Lanka were Ceylon, this phrase would make no sense. The island is immense, and its coasts offer numerous natural harbours where an army could have easily landed. Surrounded by water. This clearly refers to an island. Built on a mountain with its fourfold defences, the citadel of Mohenjo-Daro is indeed built on a small hill, the highest elevation in the area, and was the most fortified part of the city. No ship can approach. Again, if Lanka were Ceylon, this phrase would make no sense. The island is immense, and its coasts offer numerous natural harbours where an army could have easily landed. In contrast, the rock of Mohenjo-Daro rises on a hill less than a kilometre in size and was, let's not forget, heavily fortified and guarded by numerous sentinels with weapons at the ready. An approaching enemy vessel would have been immediately seen and subjected to a barrage of projectiles. Mohenjo-Daro, a fascinating archaeological mystery. The accidental discovery of Mr. Banerjee. He thought he was restoring a temple, but found the capital of an ancient civilization, citizens who were not very religious but loved comfort. At this point, it is necessary to verify whether the conclusions we have drawn thus far, based exclusively on Vedic texts, are compatible with, or at least not contradicted by, archaeological data. The ruins of Mohenjo-Daro are located near the Indus River in Pakistani territory, about 40 kilometers from the city of Larkana. There is no modern-day Mohenjo-Daro. Apart from the ruins, the only buildings are those of a small, well-maintained museum, guest houses, a handful of houses for technicians and officials, and the small airport terminal, where planes from Karachi land twice a day. The ruins were discovered almost by chance in 1921 by the Indian archaeologist R.D. Banerjee, who had been tasked with studying a small Buddhist stupa temple dating back to 300 BCE. During the excavations, Mr. Banerjee discovered that the stupa rested on a much larger and much older structure, predating it by several centuries. Shortly afterward, the archaeologist was assassinated by bandits while conducting excavations in northern Pakistan. The actual excavations at Mohenjo-Daro began in 1922 by N.S. Vats and N.K. Dixit, continued by Sir John Marshall, and in 1945 by Sir Mortimer Wheeler. Although only about a quarter of the ancient city has been unearthed, we can get a fairly accurate idea of what Mohenjo-Daro was like and what everyday life was like for its inhabitants. The administrative center was located on an elevation of about 50 meters, which was once an island surrounded by the Indus River, as can easily be seen from aerial photographs, clearly showing the ancient riverbed. On this elevation stood what is commonly referred to as the citadel, which included a large religious building on which the Buddhist stupa was built, the priests' residences, a great ritual bath, the fortress, and the large public granary. On the smaller branch of the river, which divided the citadel from the rest of the city, was the port. It was a very active port, probably the most important of its time, a sure sign of intense commercial activity. Beyond the port were the residential, commercial, and commoner districts. The city has a roughly rectangular urban layout, with straight streets intersecting at right angles. The main streets were wide enough to allow the passage of carts, while the smaller ones were simple pedestrian alleys. The houses were mostly built of bricks, often fired, though some were made of sun-dried bricks. The large amount of brick used to construct houses, buildings, and streets must have required an enormous amount of wood for firing. Sir Mortimer Wheeler even hypothesized that one of the reasons for the city's gradual decline, evident from the poorer quality of the later constructions compared to the older ones, may have been due to a worsening climate caused by environmental destruction, which in turn was caused by deforestation to obtain the fuel needed to fire the bricks. Unfortunately, no kiln has been found to date. Unlike Babylonian cities, where architectural efforts were primarily focused on building palaces, temples, and monumental tombs for kings and priests, while the rest of the population lived in primitive houses, in Mohenjo-Daro, urban planners and architects evidently made the greatest effort to make life comfortable for its inhabitants. Except for the structure on which the Buddhists built their stupa and the Great Bath, there are no other religious buildings in the city. However, it was equipped with a perfect sewage system, no less advanced than modern ones. All the houses, even the most modest, had private bathrooms, connected to the main covered sewer that ran through the center of the street. The smaller houses were single-story, with likely a second wooden floor, while the larger ones, such as the so-called governor's palace, rose 2 or 3 stories and were equipped with special tower wells that brought water directly to the upper floors. While the surrounding rural inhabitants were engaged in livestock farming and cotton cultivation, the citizens were skilled artisans and, above all, adept traders who ventured as far as Mesopotamia by sea and the foothills of the Himalayas by land. Mohenjo-Daro was part of a complex of 144 urban centers, both large and small, probably divided into 2 allied kingdoms, inhabited by a people of farmers and traders, very active and not inclined toward war, as suggested by the scarcity and crudeness of the weapons found. All these elements paint a picture of a large city for its time, about 30,000 inhabitants. Prosperous, well organized in terms of urban and social planning, and powerful. A city that, after a long period of flourishing, experienced a period of slow decline, abruptly cut short by a massive tragedy. A tragedy, it is worth emphasizing, that instilled such terror in the inhabitants that they fled forever. Mohenjo-Daro ceased to exist suddenly, and no one ever tried to rebuild it, despite its once favorable geographic location. This is the general picture, which most agree on. The problems begin when attempting to dig into the details, when trying to reconstruct the daily life of Mohenjo-Daro's inhabitants. What were their daily activities? What was their language, culture, art, philosophy, and religion? These are all mysteries, both challenging and exciting for archaeologists, who, based on the scant evidence available, try to provide answers, often arriving at conclusions that starkly contradict each other. Here's an example, which has its own rough humor. During the excavations, a large number of terracotta tablets were found, shaped like squares and triangles, with very rounded corners and carefully smoothed edges. According to the most widely accepted theory, these were what archaeologists, in discrete language, call pseudo-soap or scrapers. In simpler terms, they were likely used for the purpose we now assign to toilet paper. Gabriele Mandel, professor of archaeology at the University of Luxembourg, proposes the hypothesis that they were ritual objects used to create tantric diagrams of constellations. It's hard to find two more divergent uses for the same object. The beauty of it is that there are no elements to resolve the question either way. Leaving the development of theories to those more learned than us, let's briefly go over the objects found during the excavations. Pottery. Found in large quantities and of remarkable craftsmanship, both technically and aesthetically. There are pots of all sizes, from over a meter in diameter to small ones that probably held perfumes or balms. Some are decorated, while others are left plain. Tools, numerous and well made, including bronze fishhooks, bronze and bone needles, bronze axes, and stone scrapers and knives. Personal items. It's evident that the women of Mohenjo-Daro cared a lot about beauty and elegance, as several bronze mirrors, bone combs, and countless necklaces, bracelets, and buckles made of hard stone, bronze, copper, and for the poorer citizens, terracotta, were found. Seals were a predominant feature of Mohenjo-Daro culture and of the cities in the Indus Valley in general. Many have been found, and they are of excellent craftsmanship. These seals are usually square stone tablets, though some are rectangular or round, and feature engraved in negative depictions of animals, humanoid figures interpreted as deities, or simply some alphabetic characters. Pressing them onto wet clay would produce a positive image. For once, archaeologists agree. The imprint of these seals likely served as a type of signature and guarantee that merchants and owners would affix to their goods before shipping or storing them in common warehouses. While there is consensus on their use, these seals, we are, after all, in Mohenjo-Daro, also contain a small mystery. Many of them depict a bovine with a single horn protruding from the center of its forehead. Some have seen this as the image of the famous unicorn from various legends. Others argue that it is a normal bull that appears to have only one horn because it is depicted in profile. The first group counters that when bulls and goats are depicted, both horns are always shown, even when the animal is in profile. In one seal, a bull, a goat, and a unicorn are depicted. The bull and goat have two horns, while the unicorn has one, suggesting the artist intended to show the unicorn with a single horn. The others rebut, asking where the remains of the unicorn are, as skeletons of dogs, elephants, bulls, goats, horses, and deer have been found, but none of unicorns, which remain a figment of imagination. The debate remains unresolved. Painting. Apart from the designs on pottery, there is no trace of painting as an artistic form. This does not necessarily mean the inhabitants of Mohenjo-Daro were unfamiliar with it. It is possible their works were made on perishable materials that have since been destroyed. Games dice and a game resembling chess were found for adults. while toy carts and boats made of wood and terracotta were discovered for children. Sculpture. The sculptures found are all small in size. Numerous terracotta figurines are in a style that could be described as naive. Far fewer stone and bronze sculptures have been found, about 10 or slightly more, with a highly refined, figurative style. The most famous ones include the bronze statue of the dancer and the stone sculpture of the so-called priest king, which has become a symbol of Mohenjo-Daro. We saved the discussion of sculptures for last because examining them, or rather examining the photographs in the rich catalogue attached to the Sinhi volumes of the Government Survey of India Library, has yielded a surprise. The study of archaeological volumes on Mohenjo-Daro and the Indus Valley was done with the hypothesis in mind, because at this stage it was still a hypothesis, that Mohenjo-Daro Lanka had been destroyed by a sophisticated weapon, as described in the wars of the Ramayana. Among the few stone sculptures found at Mohenjo-Daro, one stood out as exceptionally interesting. It is the piece catalogued as Statvari 1505. As previously mentioned, the stone sculptures are distinctly figurative, aiming to reproduce minute and accurate details of the depicted object. This particular sculpture, only a few centimeters high, represents a head entirely covered by a helmet incredibly similar to a modern helmet, complete with a visor and earphone-like protrusions. The visor, moreover, is painted white to symbolize its transparency. The archaeologists hastily classified it as a war helmet. However, this classification is flawed because it overlooks two important elements. No helmets, either like this one or of any other kind, have been found in the entire Indus Valley. This helmet lacks the characteristics of a war helmet. It has no holes for breathing, no hinges for a faceplate or visor, and instead features two protrusions at ear level, which would be completely useless in a war helmet and even counterproductive, as they would catch sword blows, preventing the enemy's blade from glancing off. What inspired the unknown sculptor, who crafted this piece some 4,000 years ago? Unfortunately, we are not currently able to answer this question. Taken alone, this figurine does not provide enough evidence to draw conclusions. However, it is an intriguing puzzle piece in the larger mosaic that we are patiently assembling, piece by piece, with the help of experts from various fields. 7. The eloquent language of skeletons. Clear evidence of sudden and violent death, though it is impossible to determine what caused it. Mysterious signs of calcination that puzzle archaeologists. Who killed the innocent family that was peacefully strolling? The chilling testimony of the well room. The most compelling evidence confirming that we were on the right track came from the archaeological reports describing the unearthed skeletons. Several elements seemed strange and inconsistent with the theories archaeologists proposed regarding the end of Mohenjo-Daro, starting with the distribution of human remains across the excavation areas of the city. The skeletons were concentrated in a semicircular area, with the ideal center located in the city's south-southeast corner. Inside and outside this zone, no human remains were found, even in the excavated sections. Secondly, the position of the skeletons is noteworthy, contorted and disjointed, prompting Sir Mortimer Wheeler to write that the last inhabitants of Mohenjo-Daro had perished from a sudden and violent death. Thirdly, some of the skeletons showed signs of carbonization and calcination, which archaeologists have struggled to explain satisfactorily. Finally, it should be noted that no weapons were found near the skeletons, only everyday objects. None of the remains bore marks of blunt force, axe, or sword injuries, and the remains included men, women, and children, not warriors fallen in combat. It would be too lengthy and tedious to include the verbatim descriptions of the skeletons, which are detailed meticulously. Therefore, we will highlight the most significant passages. From Mohenjo-Daro and the Indus Civilization by John Marshall, page 184. On December 29, 1925, at a depth of 1 foot below the surface, part of a skeleton was discovered lying on what was later proven to be the southern part of room 74 of House 5, Section B. The body lay on its left side, arms bent, with the left hand covering the face, in a desperate attempt to protect it, and the right hand slightly forward. The next skeleton, number 4, skeletons 1 through 3 were found elsewhere, was discovered near the north wall of room 74. The right arm was bent with the right hand under the head. The next skeleton lay face down with the lower part of skeleton number 9 passing over it. Skeleton number 6 was found lying on its left side in a natural position, with the right hand on its abdomen, the left hand beside it, and the legs slightly bent. He was more fortunate than the others, likely caught by death while sleeping on a mat. He was struck without even managing a gesture, passing from sleep to death without realizing what was happening. Skeleton number 7 was lying on its back, with its legs spread apart but bent at the knees, so that the feet were touching, the legs contracted in the spasms of agony. The right leg was over the forearm of skeleton number 11, and the left knee was across the bent right arm of skeleton number 8. Skeleton number 8 was found face down next to the previous skeleton. The legs were almost straight and slightly apart, with the right arm bent forward, the hand under the forehead, the left arm bent in front of the head, and the feet turned inward in an unnatural position. This last detail reveals how the unfortunate individual writhed in their brief but excruciating agony. Skeleton number 9 was found with the right leg straight, crossing over skeleton number 5, the left leg bent at the knee and the arms stretched forward, with the right arm bent at the elbow and the hand touching the pelvic bones of skeleton number 8. The head was near the elbow of skeleton number 7th. Skeleton number 10 lay on the north side of the room, with straight legs and the right arm bent. Skeleton number 11 had its arms at right angles to the body, with the forearms also bent at right angles, the left forearm under the tibia of skeleton number 7, and the right between the feet of skeletons Nos. 6 and 13. The right leg was stretched outward and the left was bent. Only the skull of skeleton number 12 was recovered, with the face facing downward. Skeleton number 13 was lying on its left side with slightly bent legs, the right arm touching the head of skeleton number 14. The face was turned upward. Few remains were found of skeleton number 14. Most of the bones had disappeared. From a fragment of the right femur, it appears the right leg was straight and the body was lying face up. A small, crushed skull, found at the extreme southern part of the room, under the right femur of skeleton number 16, is all that remains of skeleton number 15th. Skeleton number 16 lay on its back, the face partially turned to the left, and the left arm and leg encircled the skull of skeleton number 5 inches. Despite the cold, clinical description of the archaeologist, the intense drama of this discovery is palpable. In this small room, a massacre took place. The bodies were thrown to the ground like rag dolls, with no time to make any attempt to flee. Since no weapons or tools were found, only some pottery and a few ornaments, these people were likely peacefully chatting or eating when the thing overwhelmed them. A flash, a few brief spasms of agony, and then everything went silent, perhaps interrupted only by the crackling of fires and the cries of terror from the more distant quarters, where the destructive force that struck Mohenjo-Daro had lost some of its deadly fury. From Mohenjo-Daro and the Indus Civilization by John Marshall, page 222, Block 6, in the VS area. 6 skeletons found. In the street between houses 18 and 33 lay 6 skeletons, including at least one of a child. These skeletons lay in different positions. Numbers 24 and 25, the child, lay on their backs, facing each other. From what has been said above, it can be deduced that these were not regular burials, but likely the result of a tragedy, the exact nature of which will never be known. It could have been a severe epidemic, a sudden and bloody raid by enemies, or some other calamity. The child's skeleton lies between those of the parents. All 3 were struck down while peacefully walking down the street, heading toward a well. They weren't running, as one would expect the parents to carry the child to escape faster, or the child would have lagged behind. It is interesting to note how the esteemed archaeologist, after stating, "A tragedy," the exact nature of which will never be known, makes some tentative, unconvincing attempts to explain it, dedicating only 2 lines to the subject. His explanations do not align with our interpretation. A pandemic, however severe, does not instantly strike people down while they are walking. Even if it did, survivors would have hastened to bury or burn the bodies to prevent contagion. As for the sudden and bloody raid by enemies, this is contradicted by the apparent calm of the people at the time of death, the absence of weapons, and no traces of combat injuries. From further excavations at Mohenjo-Daro by American archaeologist Ernest G. Mackay, page 94. This room, a room with a well in the DK area, section G, south, was the scene of a tragedy involving the deaths of 4 people. On the stairs, the skeletons of 2 people were found, apparently lying where death overtook them as they attempted to climb the stairs leading to the street. In one case, the badly broken skull lay on the highest step, partially missing, facing north. The pelvic bones were on the step immediately below, and the vertebrae lay between the 2. The left leg, which was bent and drawn up, lay on the same step as the pelvic bones, while the right leg remained stretched out. Without specialist examination, we can assume from the bones that they belonged to a young person, likely a girl. The second skeleton lay at the foot of the ramp, but the bones were so poorly preserved that it was difficult to determine the position of the body. This is followed by descriptions of 2 other skeletons found on the street. Here again, we are confronted with an impressive and undeniable testimony to the swiftness with which death descended upon Mohenjo-Daro. A man and a girl were ascending the steps of a room at the bottom of which was a well, likely where they had drawn water. A completely normal activity, indicating neither panic nor imminent danger. As they reached the threshold, the thing struck. The girl collapsed dead on the steps, while the man tumbled to the bottom of the stairs, already dead. Mackay's assertion that the 2 climbed the stairs with their last strength is entirely gratuitous. A third, perhaps the most significant example, given the many aspects of notable interest, concludes this macabre but necessary examination. Anyone wishing to verify the positions of all the skeletons found can consult the diagrams. From the book Further Excavations at Mohenjo-Daro by Ernest Mackay, page 116. Area DK, Section G, Southern Portion, Blocks 10 and 11. The position of a group of 9 skeletons found in January 1929. These skeletons were found in strangely contorted positions, piled together. There were also 2 elephant tusks, on the better preserved one of which lay skulls 3 and 5, as well as some of the bones of skeleton 6. The other tusk, less well preserved, lay a little further south, with the bones of the arm of skeleton 7 directly under one of its ends. It is difficult to say how these people met their death. Mr. Roy, then director of the Anthropology Institute of the University of Calcutta, not to be confused with the Mr. Roy mentioned in the next chapter, author's note, thought he had discovered burn marks on the bones of skeletons 2 and 5. I would suggest that these are the remains of a family that tried to flee the city with their belongings during an incursion, but were stopped and killed by the raiders. It's possible that one or more of the family members were ivory artisans, and the tusks, for which the raiders had no use, were left behind as they looted. The text continues with the usual detailed description of the 9 skeletons, 5 of which belong to children. There's no need to recount it word for word here, but it is worth noting that skeletons 2 and 5 showed signs of burning, and one very important detail regarding skeleton 6, a portion of the larger tusk had penetrated the jawbone. See drawing on the following page. The text then continues. In his report, Dr. Guha, an anthropologist with the Survey of India, highlighted several points of particular interest. He mentioned finding evidence of burning in some of the 9 skeletons found piled together. It is difficult to explain this burning, as it is believed these people were killed by raiders. However, I would suggest that the bodies were superficially burned due to either lack of time or fuel by their own people, after the danger had passed, in order to follow as much as possible the ritual that we believe the people of Mohenjo-Daro practiced for disposing of their dead. Once again, we are faced with an archaeologist who notices a fact, the difficulty of explaining the burn marks, but then cannot resist offering an interpretation. However, where Marshall prudently confined his explanation to 2 lines, Mackay goes into more detail, and that is where his theory falls apart. First, the American scholar starts from the assumption of a raid by enemies, which is far from certain, and is actually contradicted by several details found in this area and other parts of the city. For instance, he overlooks the fact that all the skeletons found belonged to citizens of Mohenjo-Daro. Even though these people are believed to have been peaceful, it is hard to imagine they did not attempt to defend themselves, or that they did not manage to kill even one of their supposed enemies. Furthermore, after the danger had passed, the survivors supposedly returned, despite evidence suggesting no one ever set foot in the city again after the disaster, and conducted a hurried funeral ritual for the 9 victims, burning them poorly according to what Mackay believes was the local custom, an assumption based solely on the fact that very few tombs were found in Mohenjo-Daro, most of which likely belonged to foreigners, because they were short on time. Why, if the danger had passed, or fuel? Mackay provides no evidence for this claim. They supposedly only partially burned the bodies and hastily piled them into a room. According to Mackay's theory, their pity led them to place one of the precious tusks underneath the bodies, but then, perhaps in a sudden outburst, someone violently impaled the other tusk into the jaw of one of the corpses. Frankly, this explanation seems highly implausible. While human skeletons are relatively few, the number of animal skeletons is vast, numbering in the dozens. These include skeletons of elephants, oxen, horses, goats, dogs, and even deer. This fact leads to 2 interesting conclusions. First, it delivers another significant blow to the raider theory, which suggests invaders not only disregarded the valuable ivory tusks, but also another highly valuable form of loot at the time, working animals. Second, it confirms that the city was almost entirely deserted at the time of the tragedy. Wild animals such as deer would never have dared to wander through the streets if the city had been populated. We close this chapter on skeletons by quoting another observation made by Marshall. The curious fact is that the bones that were burned or treated with fire are much better preserved than those that did not show signs of burning. Indeed, this is curious. It's another little mystery that adds to the many others surrounding the end of Mohenjo-Daro. Chapter 8. The Origins, a mystery that defies investigation. A highly developed civilization appears suddenly, but no one knows where it came from. The unsettling problem of writing, which is similar to that used on Easter Island. Many speculative theories, but no confirmation. The origins of the Indus Valley civilization, like that of Mohenjo-Daro, remain elusive. Despite its sudden emergence as a highly developed culture, the lack of clear ancestral traces has baffled scholars. Additionally, the writing system used in this civilization bears a mysterious resemblance to the script found on Easter Island, adding another layer of intrigue. Various hypotheses have been proposed, but none have been conclusively proven. Investigating the origins of Mohenjo-Daro. Before delving into how the city of Mohenjo-Daro met its demise, let's first explore its origins. Interestingly, the Mohenjo-Daro we are examining is just the last of 6 or 7 cities that were built and destroyed on the same spot. This location was a key position from both an economic and strategic military perspective. Official accounts assert that the true origins of the inhabitants of Mohenjo-Daro remain a mystery. It's unclear who these people were or to which culture they belonged. For most civilizations, whether ancient or modern, it is generally possible to trace their origins, follow their evolution to more advanced stages, observe their inevitable decline, and then their absorption into another civilization. However, none of this applies to the Indus Valley civilization. It appears to have emerged suddenly, fully developed, with distinct features unlike any other civilization. It is as if a man were to be born at 30 with a university education, a steady job, a wife and children, but without any parents, only distant relatives. In the case of a man, this would be impossible, and yet something similar seems to have occurred with this civilization. Despite concerted efforts, the origins of this civilization remain elusive. It did not originate locally, as traces of a previous civilization have been discovered. The history of earlier settlements in the Indus Valley goes something like this. Until about 5000 BC, the area was inhabited by nomadic or semi-nomadic tribes who practiced pastoralism and used stone tools. Later, the valley was invaded by a large agricultural tribe from the Iranian plateau and northern areas. The first traces of this earlier civilization were found in 1929 by Indian archaeologist U.G. Majumdar during excavations in Amri. Under layers associated with the Indus Valley civilization, he found another layer distinguished by different pottery, now called Amri ware. These early settlers can be traced through their unique pottery as they migrated across Baluchistan and through the Kirthar mountain passes. Little is known about these people. They used mostly stone tools, with a few bronze items likely imported, and lived in doorless, windowless houses accessed from the roof via a ladder that was pulled up at night. Interestingly, they also cooked outdoors, as evidenced by ash piles found outside their homes. At the same time, however, another civilization appeared, what we now call the Indus Valley civilization, which was highly advanced and fundamentally different from the previous culture, ruling out any direct connection between the two. For a few centuries, these two civilizations coexisted, but the more advanced Indus Valley civilization eventually completely supplanted the earlier one. Since the Indus Valley civilization did not emerge locally and cannot have appeared out of thin air, it must have originated from elsewhere. But from where? Various theories have been proposed, including the speculative idea that the civilization was founded by aliens from the stars. However, this theory lacks any supporting evidence and is contradicted by numerous facts, including the relatively low technological development of the Indus people, who were still in the Bronze Age and used even bronze sparingly. Therefore, the alien theory can be dismissed. Theories on the origins of the Indus Valley Civilization Gulf Origin Theory, Douglas H. Gordon. Based on the discovery of Indus artifacts on the Bahrain Island and the Qatar Peninsula in the Persian Gulf, this theory suggests that the Indus people originated there and migrated along the northern coast of the Persian Gulf, eventually moving up the Indus River to establish colonies. However, this theory is weakened by the fact that the Qatar Peninsula is surrounded by desert, making it an unlikely place for a civilization to emerge. It's more plausible that the Indus people founded a colony there as a trade outpost during their commercial interactions with Mesopotamia. Jericho theory. Another theory posits that sedentary civilization, which involves the building of cities and complex societal structures, originated in the city of Jericho, the oldest city known to date, and then spread outwards in successive waves. According to this theory, the Indus Valley civilization would have spread into the Indus Valley via Mesopotamia. This view is also supported by Sir Mortimer Wheeler, who wrote, "Mesopotamian civilization was well established many centuries before the oldest date we can attribute to the Indus Valley. Certainly there are numerous elements of urban life in Mesopotamia that parallel what we find in the Indus Valley, the concept of a wealthy middle class, for example, which is absent in Christian records. There are many indications that the citizens of Mohenjo-Daro shared similar interests with their contemporaries in Sumerian Ur." Tepe Yahya hypothesis. The most modern theory suggests that the Indus Valley civilization didn't emerge from a fully formed, imported culture, but rather from the transmission of certain basic ideas that came through the Tepe Yahya culture, located halfway between Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley in the Soghun Valley of Iran, at an altitude of 1,400 meters. Numerous steatite artifacts, such as beads, buttons, and seals, have been found there, with similar items also discovered in both Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley. At this point, one could argue that there is no evidence proving the precedence of Mesopotamian culture over that of the Indus Valley. In fact, the Sanskrit texts that have led us this far would demonstrate quite the opposite. Among the many mysteries is the one concerning the writing system used by the people of the Indus Valley, which has come to us mainly through seals. No one has managed to decipher it so far, but Hungarian scholar G. de Hevesy conducted an intriguing study comparing this script with that of Easter Island. According to his study, the two scripts are practically identical. Critics quickly accused him of deliberately distorting some of the characters to make them look the same. But, as for the end of Mohenjo-daro, which everyone considers sudden, the doubts are even greater. Some attribute it to a flood, others to an enemy invasion. None of these theories are entirely satisfactory, but we will examine them in more detail later. For now, it's enough to note that no one knows precisely how this city was born, nor can anyone explain exactly how it died. What follows are a few words from Professor Sri Bhagwan Roy, and then we will move on to the next chapter. In my opinion, despite what some distinguished scholars, even Indian ones, say, most of the episodes in the Mahabharata, Ramayana, and Rig Veda are real, even if they are sometimes described in poetic language. The accuracy of the accounts is also demonstrated by the fact that, based on the position of the stars as described in the texts, it is possible to date the main events. This is something my institute, which I had the privilege of founding and have the honor of directing, has been working on for years. I've also written a book on the subject, Dates of Mahabharata Battles. The exact locations of the battles are harder to pinpoint, but the major cities mentioned in the texts are relatively easy to identify. Today they are in Pakistan. One is Harappa, which corresponds to the ancient Harappa, and the other is Mohenjo-daro, which, according to my studies, corresponds to Lanka. When evaluating our history, we need to considerably expand our mental horizons. The period set by Western scholars as the Vedic period between 1200 and 200 BCE is based on a phantom history and is therefore absurd. Unless we go back to 2500 BCE, or perhaps even to 3000 BCE, we will not understand anything of that golden age. Particularly the tumultuous years between 2030 and 1930 BCE, the critical period of the Deva-Asura Wars, when the Aryans appeared on the world stage like a titanic wave. This is crucial to understanding the past. The story of Rama is one of the most important facets of this epic period and revolves around the conquest of Mohenjo-daro. However, it's important to remember that the Ramayana is kavya, poetry, and must be approached differently than the Mahabharata, which is itihasa, history. Uncovering the historical core of Rama's story is a difficult task but must be undertaken in the nation's interest. Rama's story exists today in two layers, an ancient layer and a more modern one. In the earlier layer, the seeds of the story are scattered in the Rig Veda, the first version of the Avesta, and the Bogazkoi tablets. The later layer contains more complete and Indianized versions found in the Vyasian Puranas, the Mahabharata, and Valmiki's Ramayana. Important material can also be found in Kalidasa's Raghuvamsa, which Pargata considers more reliable regarding the early history of Rama's dynasty. Panini, who worked about a century after the Battle of Bharata, 1400 BCE, composed a famous sutra about the Sindhu and the Takshasila class. In the Ganapatha, the Sindhu class includes Sindhu, Vanu, modern Banu, Madhumat, Kamboja, Saiva, Kashmir, Gandhara, Kishkinda, Utasa, Dada, and Gandhika. All of these are geographical regions, and all the known ones are located in the Indus Valley or its immediate surroundings. The assumption that ancient Kishkinda corresponds to modern Kalat is not implausible. We know from the Ramayana that during the Deva-Asura Wars, Dashtata fought with an ally of Shambhara named Timidwaja. Timidwaja was a Rakshasa, and his emblem was a timi, a whale. In Telugu, the word Timingalam still means whale. Therefore, Timidwaja must have lived near the sea, probably in the Makran region, which is dotted with settlements from the Harappan culture. Thus, Ravana must have lived near Makran, Sindh, Saurashtra, or Gujarat, since Timidwaja was his ally. The only Lanka, the only island identified by archaeologists in the area, is the one once surrounded by the Indus, where Mohenjo-daro stood. We at the Institute of Chronology are somewhat at odds with the official scientific community. This is why our institute is not officially recognized. Government officials and scholars working on this topic are completely saturated with English culture and seem ashamed of their ancestors' heritage. We, and when I say we, I mean the 30 professors working at the institute, prefer to follow the teachings of the sage Swami Vivekananda. Look with your own eyes rather than through those of others, and if you have a brain, try to use it. Anyway, even though the government colleagues have to admit that we are doing good work, we find ourselves in opposition. Because of this, we have to verify every line of every book without ever proceeding on mere hypotheses. As a critical reference point for setting our dates, we use the descriptions of the stars mentioned in the Vedic texts on the eve of each battle or major decision. Then the results are compared with archaeological finds and carbon-14 dating. Finally, the event is placed at the right point in history, not as a poetic or mythological fantasy, but as a precise historical fact. Unfortunately, the data doesn't always match. For instance, regarding Mohenjo-daro, the carbon-14 tests show an inexplicable gap of over 400 years compared to the dates we calculated. On the subject of advanced technology being used 4,000 years ago, Professor Roy mentioned the episode of one of Rama's lieutenants, who, during a battle, launched a projectile but then changed his mind and called it back. He also referenced the opinion of one of Delhi's leading anesthesia specialists, an expert in Indian medicine, who believed that the ancient Aryans knew how to produce and use a hypnotic gas on a large scale, allowing them to win many battles. Professor Roy also referred to a passage from the Mahabharata where the question arises, how long would it take to completely destroy an enemy army? Bhishma answers, a month. Drona answers, a month. Arjuna replies, I could do it in a second, but I would have to use a weapon that cannot be employed in normal wars. Otherwise, humanity would be wiped out. It's hard to deny how disturbingly relevant that statement feels today. On the subject of ancient flying machines, Mr. Roy, though not an expert on the topic, had well-documented and precise ideas. Apart from the frequent references to celestial chariots, which are too persistent to be mere poetic fantasy, there are also very precise and detailed descriptions of vast landscapes that the characters fly over. If one were to argue that these are purely the result of a poet's imagination and not an accurate account of what the characters actually saw, such descriptions would still require extremely precise and extensive geographical knowledge. He added, how could these poets, supposedly relegated to the Bronze Age, have acquired such knowledge? I'd like to quote a passage from the Rig Veda, actually two, that, in my opinion, clearly refer to space travel. In one, it says, I have seen those regions where the laws are inspired by higher laws and where the light of the sun has not yet reached. In the second, I have arrived in places where the rays of the sun cannot yet reach, and I find light as bright as 10,000 suns. This suggests that the narrator, or whoever relayed this information, had gone beyond the confines of the solar system. Of course, this is hard to accept, especially for a Western mindset. A manual on aeronautics from the depths of time. Mr. G.R. Josier, director of the International Academy of Sanskrit Research in Mysore, is in possession of some very ancient manuscripts. These manuscripts were compiled by ancient rishis, sages, such as Bharadwaja, Narada, and others. They don't deal with the mysticism of ancient Hindu philosophy about Atman or Brahman, but rather with more practical matters, vital to human existence and the progress of nations, both in peace and in war. One of the manuscripts is a treatise on aeronautics and describes the construction of various types of aircraft, both civilian and military. The 500 slokas that deal with these aircraft contain intricate details on the selection and preparation of the metals suitable for building the various parts of the different types of Vimana, instructions for their construction, dimensions, payload capacities, and uses for which they could be employed. Some of these designs show the blueprints of a cargo helicopter intended for transporting fuel and ammunition, aircraft capable of carrying 400 to 500 people, and aircraft with 2 and 3 decks. Each of these types is fully described in the section dedicated to the selection and preparation of metals from 16 different alloys and other materials used in constructing the aircraft. It is specified that they should be unbreakable, uncuttable, non-combustible, and indestructible. Additionally, instructions are given on how to make these aircraft invisible in flight using a smokescreen. Instructions are also provided for constructing devices that allow the pilot not only to quickly locate an enemy aircraft using principles similar to radar, but even to listen to what is being said inside them. There are 8 chapters in this book that deal with the construction of machines capable of flying, floating on water, and navigating underwater. Some slokas discuss the requirements and training of pilots, as well as the type of food and clothing most suitable for keeping them in top condition. These texts have only survived thanks to numerous retranscriptions. However, the fact that a copy of an ancient text explicitly discussing flying machines and providing instructions on how to build them existed is really quite astonishing. Mr. G.R. Josier said, "Typically, a Westerner starts from the assumption, into which they have blind and unwavering faith, that civilization and technology were born and developed in Europe. The more open-minded might admit that philosophy and poetry have reached great heights in other parts of the world, but they will never believe that, even at a technological level, Europe has only rediscovered things that were already known here many centuries ago." For example, in the 13th volume of a monumental work, The Sacred Books of the Hindus, edited by Major B.D. Basu in 1923, is a volume that dealt with military science. On page 235, it described various types of weapons. Astra is that which is launched or caused to fall by means of incantations, machines, and fire. Sastra is every other weapon, such as swords, daggers, kunta, etc. Astra is of 2 types, magical or tubular. A king who desires victory must use the tubular type where the magical one does not exist, along with the sastra. The experts in military instruments know various types of astra and sastra that vary in shape and size. The nalika astra, tubular or cylindrical, is of 2 types, small and large. The small nalika is a tool used by infantry and cavalry. It has a large horizontal hole and one at the base. It is 5 vitastis long. It has a point at the mouth and one at the base used for aiming at the target. Fire is produced by a mechanism. Inside, it contains gunpowder and has a sturdy wooden handle. The large nalika is housed in a wooden frame, transported on a cart, and has a wedge at its base, moving which it can be aimed at the target. When used correctly, it brings victory. Here, 2 types of firearms are described in great detail and with extreme precision. But admitting it would have meant that the Western translator, who grew up with the unshakable belief that cannons were invented in his country, would have had to question the technological primacy of his race. So, unable to deny the evidence of what was written, he chose to dismiss it with a simple, "Clearly, this is a later interpolation," without bothering to find even a shred of evidence to support such a serious claim. And yet here, we have clear evidence of the high level of military skill our ancestors had achieved. Not only that, but we also have proof that gunpowder was not invented by the Chinese, as everyone says, but by the Indians. Surprising indeed, especially when considering the text from which it was taken dates back several centuries. The book we have just read, though several hundred years old, is more recent than both the Mahabharata and the aeronautics manual that I had the honor of translating. One must consider that our most ancient forefathers possessed technical knowledge that was later lost, by the will of the gods, or perhaps by the wisdom of men. Those weapons were too terrifying to be used and passed on to future generations. We must remember that not all the ancient wisdom has been lost. In the field of medicine, for instance, almost all the scientific knowledge of our ancestors has survived. When the British took control of India, they found that Indian sages had techniques that yielded excellent results. Even in the technical field, such as metallurgy, Indians could, in some cases, outperform their colonizers. Indian steel, although produced in limited quantities with apparently crude furnaces, proved to be far superior to British steel. So much so that the colonizers often used Indian steel for making surgical instruments. As you can see, not all ancient knowledge has been lost. On June 28, 1951, His Highness the Maharaja of Mysore inaugurated the International Academy of Sanskrit Research. One of the guests from Bangalore brought a small manuscript in the form of an exercise book that contained the beginning of the Vimana Shastra. Sometime later, the Academy managed to acquire the entire manuscript, and after various efforts and lengthy studies, we finally published it, complete with an English translation and technical drawings. The Vimana Shastra consists of about 6,000 half-verses, or 3,000 verses, in elegant Sanskrit, discussing the construction of Vimana, or aircraft. The fact that the vocabulary of ancient Sanskrit can describe in fluent and simple verses such intricate technical details is a testament to the perfection of the language and the greatness of its author, Maharishi Bharadwaja. Maharishi Bharadwaja is an august name in the Hindu pantheon of sages who recorded ancient Indian civilization in all its aspects, spiritual, intellectual, and scientific. Their knowledge was passed down orally for long ages, from mouth to ear. The written transmission on terracotta tablets, palm leaves, or homemade paper dates back less than 1,000 years. No written material from the Vedas, Upanishads, Shastras, or Puranas is older than 1,000 years, and even these are in fragmented form due to the ravages of time, weather, and swarms of insects. The manuscript of the Vimana Shastra by the Venerable Maharishi Bharadwaja was dictated in the form of an exercise book by the Venerable Pandit Subbaraya Sastri to Mr. Venkatachaka Sarma between August 1st, 1918 and August 23rd, 1923. Pandit Subbaraya Sastri was an esteemed Brahmin intellectual and a walking lexicon. His only goal was to pass on to posterity the enormous treasure of knowledge he had accumulated through a lifetime of study. He sought no material gain and lived in poverty and simplicity, much like Socrates. He passed away in the early 1930s, leaving the world poorer. For about 20 years, his literary treasure remained unknown, kept by his daughter and the young Mr. Venkatrama Sastri. Then invisible forces began to work, and the manuscripts resurfaced. Finally, it pleased the gods to allow us to present the Vimana Shastra of Maharishi Bharadwaja to the elite of the world and pay our tribute to the memory of the Maharishi and the Venerable Subbaraya Sastri. This is a manuscript on palm leaves. It is relatively recent, 300, perhaps 400 years old at most. And yet, look at how it has deteriorated, practically illegible. Had it not arrived at the Academy, which is devoted to preserving ancient manuscripts, it would have inevitably turned to dust. In India, discoveries like the Dead Sea Scrolls, which preserved biblical texts for millennia due to the dry desert climate, are unthinkable. India is not an arid desert. It is a hot, humid land where materials deteriorate rapidly. Our ancient forefathers were not concerned with transmitting the manuscript itself, but rather the knowledge it contained. Therefore, when a palm leaf book began to deteriorate, it was diligently and meticulously copied onto new leaves. That is how the sacred texts have come down to us. I cannot say for sure if the Venerable Pandit Subbaraya Sastri used one or more ancient manuscripts to dictate the exercise book that came into our possession, or if he knew these verses by heart, passed down from generation to generation. What I am certain of is that his moral stature and exemplary way of life are such that any notion of forgery is out of the question. Prehistoric aeronautical technology. Let us now begin a critical examination of the Vimana Shastra, or Aeronautics of Maharishi Bharadwaja. After a brief invocation to the deity, the author gets straight to the point, starting with a precise definition of what is meant by Vimana. That which flies like birds is a Vimana. The word Aridaja means born from the egg and includes eagles and other birds that fly by their own will. The Vimana is a vehicle that flies in the sky at a speed comparable to that of birds. That which flies in the sky at a speed comparable to that of birds is called a Vimana. That which runs on the land, on water, and through the air by its own power is a Vimana. Aeronautics experts say that which can fly from one place to another is a Vimana. Experts say that that which can fly in the air from one country to another, from one island to another, from one world to another world, is a Vimana. In this way, though the style may sound strange and unnecessarily repetitive to our ears, the author leaves no doubt that the term Vimana refers to a vehicle designed not only to fly within Earth's atmosphere, but also capable of connecting different worlds. From this point onward, the book takes the form of a technical manual, offering detailed scientific information in a pedantic, minute, and ultimately rather dry style. There is no trace of poetic flair or imagination in these pages. As for religion, which likely permeated the culture of whoever composed this treatise, it is barely mentioned, such as when discussing the food that should be provided to the pilots. As established in the Kalpa Sutra, the pilot's food is divided into 3 types according to the seasons. Ashana Kalpa, or Principles of Dietetics, says, during the months of spring and summer, the pilots should consume buffalo milk as a drink, ayedaka or tuvar dal as grains, and sheep meat. In the 4 rainy autumn months, cow's milk should be the drink, wheat and black chickpeas the grains, and chicken the meat. In the 4 winter months of snow, goat's milk, barley and black chickpeas the grains, and sparrow meat. For pilots belonging to the Brahmin caste, the diet must not include meat. This sounds like a monotonous diet, clearly influenced by religious principles, as revealed by the prohibition of meat for Brahmins. How they managed to procure all that sparrow meat, and why it had to be sparrow specifically, remains a mystery we will likely never solve. However, this chapter becomes particularly interesting when it moves on to describe the preparation of vitamin pills and food balls for the pilots to carry during flights. The information is too vague to recreate these pills or food balls today, but it does offer an important insight. Ancient Vimana pilots undertook flights so long that they needed sustenance during their journeys. Not only that, but their food had to be extremely nutritious, compact, and long-lasting, similar to the requirements for modern astronaut food. This Vaimanika Shastra is clearly a technical manual, though it cannot be considered a full-fledged aeronautical engineering treatise, if only because of its brevity. In just 124 pages, it covers instructions for pilots, details on their diet and clothing, information on the types of metals to use in constructing Vimana, geological guidance for finding these metals, instructions on building furnaces, bellows and crucibles, descriptions of 3 types of Vimana and their equipment, an electric generator, and an electric motor. Too many topics are crammed into too few pages to expect precise enough details to reconstruct these machines today. The book is more akin to a scientific primer, offering the reader a general understanding of the subject. Whoever wrote these lines clearly knew about electric motors because the text accurately identifies the 3 fundamental elements: the winding, or solenoid in technical terms, the rotating central part. Interestingly, in modern 3-phase motors, this rotating part is called a squirrel cage, and the insulator, glass, as mentioned in the text, though it could refer to a fabric made of glass fibers, an excellent insulator still used today despite its high cost. The text also specifies that the moving part must be connected on one side to a generator pole and on the other to a pinion that transmits motion to the machine in question. However, the principles of operation are not explained, and the connections are unclear. As a result, the reader would need a solid understanding of electrical engineering to interpret what is written. Otherwise, even with the best intentions, the most they could produce by following the instructions would be a proto-motor, a device that looks like an electric motor but doesn't work. This description does not align with the idea of scientific popularization. It feels more like the report of a layman who had a vague understanding of the object after it had been shown to him by an electrical engineer and explained in very general terms. We recently discussed the difficulties of language. Here is an example: the description of an electric generator. Two containers are placed on the pietha, or base. Each container holds 5 cups filled with acids. Each cup has a revolving rod with wheels connected together. The wheels are initially hand-cranked and later powered by the generated electricity. A darpana, or mirror, and a garshana manis are fixed above the wheels. The darpana and the manis absorb solar energy and transmit it to the acids in the cups. The acids, when stirred, convert the absorbed energy into electric current, which passes through the Panchamukhi Nala, or 5-way switch, to different points of the Vimana and powers various mechanisms. Not a very clear explanation, right? Let's compare it to this. In a container made from a mixture of thrice purified coal and formic alcohol, lead and chromium bars are fixed along with acidic sulfur and purified water. From this container, energy is developed that can power a mechanism. This is a description, written in the same type of language as the Vaimanika Shastra, of an object we have all likely seen hundreds of times. Upon hearing this description, how many recognized it as the common car battery? Yet, it is an entirely accurate description. Container made from a mixture of thrice purified coal and formic alcohol refers to the usual bakelite box that houses the battery elements. Bakelite is made from the resin condensation of phenols, chemical compounds derived from benzene, itself obtained from the fractional distillation of tar products made by heating coal. Lead and chromium bars obviously need no explanation, while the acidic sulfur and purified water refer to a solution of sulfuric acid and distilled water, H2SO4 plus H2O. As you can see, avoiding the use of familiar terms like bakelite and sulfuric acid makes the entire thing practically incomprehensible. This is exactly what happens with most of the devices described in the Vaimanika Shastra. From the description of the electric generator we just examined, we can only infer that it is a type of solar battery, and that the continuous stirring of the acids in the cups played a crucial role in the energy production process. However, we do not know which acids were involved, why they needed to be stirred, or what the mirror, which we might call a photosensitive cell, was made of, meant to capture solar energy. In the text, the electric generator and electric motor are described in the last 2 pages. We have discussed them first because they are familiar objects, making the interpretation easier, and because they help us get used to the ancient sages' language without too much shock. Now, let's examine some of the more complex machinery in the Vimana that allowed them to perform extraordinary feats. For example, there is a device that functions like a camera, though it operates on completely different principles. Bodha Ananda Vritti. Prepare a circular or square base about 30 centimeters in size with wooden and glass elements at the center, starting about 5 centimeters from these, and mark lines extending toward the edge in 8 different directions. Place 2 pegs on each line so that they can open and close. At the center, erect a 20-centimeter rod and attach 4 tubes made of Vishvadara metal, equipped with hinges and iron, copper, brass, and lead bands, and fix them to the pegs in the 8 directions. The whole structure must be covered. Prepare a well-finished mirror and attach it to the danda or rod. At the base of the rod, an electrical yantra mechanism must be fixed. Grains of crystal or glass should be placed at the base, middle, and top of the rod. The circular or spherical mirror that attracts solar rays should be fixed at the foot of the rod. To the west of this, the image reflector should be installed. It works as follows. First, the central rod must be extended by operating the kilak or switch. The observation mirror should be fixed at the base. A container full of mercury should be attached to the bottom of the mirror. Into this, a purified crystal grain with a hole through it should be placed. Through this chemically purified crystal, sensitive wires should be passed and connected to terminal grains in various directions. At the top of the rod, a solar mirror must be fixed. At the base, a container filled with liquid ruchaka salt should be placed. A crystal fitted with a hinge and wires should be placed in this container. At the bottom, in the center, a spherical mirror should be attached to attract solar rays. To the west of this, a reflecting mechanism should be placed. 8 parts of solar power in the solar reflector and 12 parts of electrical energy must pass through the crystal into the mercury and reach the universal reflecting mirror. Then this mirror should be focused on the region to be photographed. The image that appears in the front lenses will then be reflected through the crystal into the liquid salt solution. The image that appears in the mirror will be identical to reality and will allow the pilot to assess the conditions of the region under observation and take appropriate actions to avoid dangers or inflict damage on the enemy. This description outlines a sophisticated apparatus that operates like a camera, enabling the pilot to see the environment and potential threats in real time, but using a system that blends solar and electrical energy with crystals and mirrors. The mechanism reflects an image in real time, which could be critical for reconnaissance or strategic operations during flight. This time, even though the purpose of this mechanism is clear, to observe a specific area in detail, the principles by which it works are completely incomprehensible to us, and the mechanism itself does not resemble anything produced by our technology. Insurmountable difficulties arise when examining the metal alloys used to make parts of the Vimana or the elements to be combined to create the mirrors with which the Vimana are equipped. Here is one of the most bewildering examples. The formula for creating the Vishwakriya mirror, which must be placed near the pilot to allow them to see what is happening outside in every direction. 2 parts of sattva, 2 parts of shundilaka, 1 part of eagle bone, 5 parts of mercury, 2 parts of sincharani nails, 6 parts of mica, 5 parts of red lead, 8 parts of pearl powder, 18 parts of the eyes of the saumyaka fish, 1 part of charcoal, 8 parts of snakeskin, 3 parts of ocular pigment, 6 parts of matruna, 10 parts of granite sand, 8 parts of salts, 4 parts of lead, 2 parts of sea foam, 3 parts of white-throated eagle skin, 7 parts of bamboo salt, 5 parts of white bark from the keg tree. These ingredients must be purified, weighed, placed in a crucible, and introduced into a furnace called Chandodara at a temperature of 800 degrees, and when they are liquefied, they must be poured into a mold. Certainly, this formula is perplexing, if not outright unbelievable. Especially the 18 parts of fish eyes, the 2 parts of sincharani nails, and the 3 parts of eagle skin might tempt us to throw the entire volume aside. However, it's a temptation we should resist, as with a little thought, we realize that the presence of these ingredients is less absurd than it might first appear. For example, if I write that I gave my wife a necklace of tiger's eyes, everyone will understand perfectly that I mean a necklace made of a particular type of gemstone with a yellow and brown sheen. However, if centuries from now, a hypothetical scholar stumbles upon the same phrase and translates it literally, believing tiger's eyes to be the actual eyeballs of the large feline, he would certainly get some strange ideas about the habits of 20th century women. Just as we might be puzzled to discover that Renaissance ladies softened and smoothed their skin with a cream made of lily bulbs, grape skins, powdered old ivory, and distilled white dove, only to take that distilled white dove literally. It's much more reasonable to assume that these are colloquial names for substances unknown to us. This also applies to the strange ingredients suggested by the Sanskrit text. Furthermore, even modern technology is full of similar terms. Imagine how a future scholar of our civilization might react upon discovering that a crucial part of our car engines is a gooseneck, the flexible shaft that transmits motion to the pistons. Not even modern aeronautics would be free from surprises. In the most advanced studies, non-metallic materials with extremely high resistance to heat and stress are being tested. Some of the best-performing materials contain whiskers of carbon. Those with technical knowledge know that whiskers are very fine, very long crystals recently created in laboratories and named because they resemble cat whiskers. Hence, whiskers in English. But try translating the term literally and telling someone that future airplanes will be made of cat whiskers and see how they react. In addition to these challenges, it's worth noting that while Jossier was a renowned Sanskrit scholar and deeply familiar with ancient Indian culture, he was not necessarily knowledgeable in modern aeronautical, electronic, chemical, or metallurgical techniques, which would have been extremely helpful for a more complete understanding of the text. The 32 secrets of ancient pilots becoming invisible, camouflage techniques, launching electric discharges, infrared devices, hypersonic and subsonic speeds, changing shape and dimensions, hearing and seeing. Despite everything, the Vimana Shastra is an extremely interesting book that provides a wealth of information about the Vimana. Therefore, it is worth closely examining two chapters, one concerning the secrets pilots must know, and the other describing a type of Vimana called the Shakuna. Josier's translation leaves many words in Sanskrit. The pilot must learn 32 secrets from competent instructors, and only a person who has learned them can be entrusted with an aircraft and no one else. These secrets are explained by Siddhanatha, Mantrika. As prescribed in the Mantradhikara, by invoking the mantras of Chinnamasta, Bhairavi, Vejini, Siddhamba, one gains the power of Gutika, Paduka, visible and invisible, and other mantras with powerful herbs and effective oils, and the Bhuvaneswari mantra, which grants spiritual powers to build airplanes that cannot break, be cut, be burned, or be destroyed. This and secret number 2 are among the rare instances where the author's religious beliefs surface in technical notes, casting significant doubt on the reliability of the technical claim regarding indestructible and incombustible airplanes. While we can easily accept that highly advanced technology could produce materials resistant to fire and various stresses, we cannot accept that these materials would be literally indestructible. Tantrika. By acquiring Mahamaya, Shambhara, and other tantric powers, they can be transferred to the airplane. Kritaka. By studying architects like Vishwakarma, Chayaparusha, Manu, Maya, and others, the pilot will learn to build airplanes of various models. It seems strange that this pilot must also be the constructor of their own planes, especially considering how tremendously complicated these vehicles are. However, we should remember that even modern aviators study the technical details of the aircraft they fly. Viewed in this light, the third secret seems entirely logical. Antarala. In the sky, in the wind-swept atmospheric regions, when colliding with the edges of powerful currents, the aircraft is at risk of being crushed and shattered. But being warned of the approach of such dangerous points, the aircraft can be stopped and guided cautiously. Here we are on much more concrete ground. At high altitudes, around 12,000 meters, constant and very strong currents, around 400 kilometers per hour, blow. These were discovered in the late 1930s and were learned the hard way by the American pilots of the flying superfortresses bombing Japan during World War II. Sometimes it happened that, even with the engines at maximum power, the plane would remain stationary in the sky, because it could match, but not overcome the opposing current. If the commander did not have the good sense to return to base or descend to lower altitudes, the plane would eventually crash due to fuel exhaustion. Today, these same currents are exploited by jetliners for transcontinental flights. Given the particular shape of the Vimana, an example of which we will see in the next chapter, it is possible that these currents had an even more disastrous effect on them than on modern planes. Furthermore, these lines hint for the first time at the ability of Vimana to remain stationary in the sky. Gudha. As explained in the Vayatstva Parakarana, by using the powers of Yasa, Vyasa, and Prayasa in the 8th atmospheric layer around the Earth, the dark contents of solar rays can be attracted and used to hide the Vimana from enemies. The strange concept of the dark contents of solar rays becomes less mysterious when one considers that light is a vibration of variable frequency and that our eyes can only perceive a narrow band of possible frequencies, from red to violet. We are completely blind to everything below infrared and above ultraviolet. If, using techniques still unknown to us, the pilots of the Vimana managed to make their vehicles reflect only non-visible rays, they could theoretically become invisible. Drishya. From the collision in the atmosphere between electrical forces and wind forces, an incandescent glow is created, the reflection of which, captured by the front mirror of the Vimana, can be manipulated to produce a Maya Vimana, or camouflaged Vimana. This passage is difficult to interpret, and the translation could probably be made clearer in collaboration with a technical expert. We can only speculate that it refers to creating a play of lights and reflections that alters the external appearance of the Vimana, Paroksha. According to the Megotpathi Parakarana, or science of cloud formation, by entering the second layer of summer clouds and attracting the internal power with the attraction mirror of the Vimana and applying it to the Parivesha, or halo of the Vimana, a paralyzing force is generated that disables enemy Vimana. If by summer clouds one refers to storm clouds, it can be deduced that the ancient pilots of the Vimana were capable of harnessing their electrical charge to launch discharges against enemy vehicles. Aparoksha. According to the Shakti Tantra, by projecting the Rohini light beam, the things in front of the Vimana are made visible. Knowing that Rohini stands for red, it becomes very easy to understand that this refers to an infrared device that allows seeing objects in the dark. Sankocha, contraction. As prescribed in the Yantrangopasamhara, when the Vimana is traveling at high speed with its wings fully extended and danger lies ahead, by activating the seventh switch of the Vimana, its parts can contract. As we will see when studying a type of Vimana in detail, these vehicles were probably designed for two speeds, one hypersonic in the upper layers of the atmosphere and another subsonic in denser layers. In the latter case, they had the option to extend wings and tail to increase lift. In case of danger, by retracting wings and tail and suddenly increasing the power of the lift engine, the Vimana would have a dramatic upward acceleration to escape danger. Vistrita. According to the Akasha Tantra, when the Vimana is in the central air current in the first and third regions of the sky, by activating the switch in the 11th section of the aircraft, it expands accordingly. This is the opposite of the previous case. When the Vimana descends from a rarefied air zone to denser layers, it extends its wings to increase lift and maneuver more easily. Vairupa Karana. As stated in the Duma Parakarana, by producing the 30-second type of smoke with the appropriate device, charging it with the heat waves in the sky, and projecting it through the Padmaka chakra tube onto the Virupya mirror, coated with Bhiravi oil on top of the Vimana, and spinning it at the 123rd type of speed, a fierce and terrifying form of the Vimana will emerge, causing great fear in onlookers. This seems to be a kind of controlled smokescreen, suitable for scaring, and thus keeping away, indigenous populations rather than affecting enemy vehicles. Rupantara. As established in the Tilaprakarana, by preparing the oils of Gridrajihwa, Kumbhini, and Kaakajangha, and anointing the distorting mirror of the Vimana, applying the 19th type of smoke and charging it with the Kuntani Shakti in the Vimana, forms like a lion, tiger, rhinoceros, snake, mountain, or river will appear to confuse and astonish the observers. This is similar to the previous passage's purpose, Surupa. By attracting the 13 types of the Karaka force mentioned in the Karaka Parakarana, applying air overloaded with snow and projecting it through the air convector tube toward the Pushpini Pingala mirrors on the front right side of the Vimana, and focusing them on the Suraga ray, a celestial maiden covered in flowers and jewels will appear to the viewer. Here we must admit we are entirely without any explanation. Jyotirbhava. As stated in the Amshubodhini, by attracting the 12th and 16th digits of the solar splendor and focusing them on the air force in the Mayuka section of the fourth path of the sky, and similarly by attracting the etheric splendor and mixing it with the splendor of the 7th layer of the air mass, and then projecting these forces through the 5 tubes of the Vimana onto the Gwagaha mirror section. A rich brilliance like that of the morning sun will be produced. This is a very obscure passage. Not only are the maneuvers unclear, but the purpose is also difficult to grasp unless we interpret morning sun brilliance as the Vimana's ability to light up a vast area by reflecting and concentrating sunlight from a great height in an area that has already fallen into night. Tamo Maya. As described in the Darpana Parakarana, by means of the dark force mirror, capturing the force of darkness, passing it through the Thamo mechanism in the northwest section of the Vimana, and activating a switch, total darkness, like that of a new moon night, will be produced at noon. This is even more difficult than the previous passage because, to hypothesize such an effect, the Vimana would need the ability to absorb all visible frequencies of light over a wide area. Pralaya. As described in the Book of Destruction, by attracting the 5 types of smoke through the tube of the concentrator machine in the front part of the Vimana, immersing them in the smoke cloud mentioned in Shadgarbha Viveka, and pushing it with electric energy through the 5-branch air tube, everything will be destroyed, like in a cataclysm. If wind were mentioned instead of smoke, one could think that the Vimana might produce a kind of tornado. As it stands, we can only hypothesize some sort of meteorological weapon capable of producing a localized hurricane. Vimukha. As mentioned in the Argiridaya, by projecting the force of Rubara, Vimukha, and the poisonous powder Vishawanara through the Rowdry mirror tube and activating the air mechanism switch, total insensitivity and coma are produced. Despite the typically complex language, this is clearly recognizable as a chemical weapon. In this case, the poison is dispersed over the target area through a sprayer, air mechanism, not unlike those used for spraying insecticide over fields. Tara. By mixing 10 parts of air force, 7 parts of water force, and 16 parts of solar brilliance with the etheric forces, and projecting them through the star mirror via the front tube of the Vimana, the appearance of a starry sky is created. This could be a camouflage method for the Vimana, which from the ground would appear as a tiny point of light among thousands of similar points. However, frankly, this passage is quite obscure. Maha Ashabda Vimohana. By concentrating the air force into the 7 tubes of the Vimana and activating a switch, as stated in the Shabda Parakashika, a crescendo of thundering noise is produced that makes people tremble with fear, stuns them, and renders them unconscious. We are back on more solid ground. The disastrous effects of a strong and continuous sound wave on the nervous system are known. The effects of the crescendo are also well described. First, fear from the unknown rumble, then dizziness, and finally, when the sound becomes unbearable, fainting. This weapon would undoubtedly be effective if used by a Vimana against a ground army. With such a device, a single chariot could eliminate hundreds of opponents if they were concentrated in a relatively small area. Langhana. As stated in the Vayu Tattva Prakarana, when passing from one air current to another, the Vimana faces the Bardaba splendor of the sun and catches fire. To prevent this, the Vimana's electrical energy and air energy must be combined and centered in the vital center of the Vimana, and by activating a switch, the Vimana will jump to safety. Unless air current refers to something completely different, this passage remains incomprehensible. Saapagamana. By attracting Dandavaktra and the other 7 air forces, adding solar rays, passing through the zigzagging center of the Vimana, and activating a switch, the Vimana will move in a zigzag pattern like a snake. Making sudden and frequent changes of direction is a common maneuver for modern fighter jets to avoid enemy missiles or to deceive radar. Chapala. When an enemy aircraft is spotted, by activating a switch in the power center of the middle section of the Vimana at 4,087 atmospheric revolutions per hour, a speed wave will be generated, which will shake the enemy aircraft. From what is stated here, it is inferred that Vimanas were capable of creating extremely strong turbulences and directing them toward a precise target. Nothing like this has been developed, at least to our knowledge. Sarvatomjika. When a formation of enemy planes comes to attack, by activating the switch in the crown of the Vimana, it will spin agilely and face attacks from all sides. Nothing surprising about this maneuver, though it involves certain precautions, which are not mentioned, to protect the crew who would find themselves inside a kind of spinning top. Parashabda. Grahaka. As explained in the Saudamini Kala, or Science of Electronics, through the sound-capturing mechanism in the Vimana, the words and sounds in the enemy aircraft flying in the sky can be heard. There are 2 possibilities. Either this device is simply a radio, allowing conversations via radio from enemies to be intercepted when tuned to the right frequency, or, if taken literally, it would indicate a highly sophisticated device capable of detecting sound vibrations from inside other aircraft. Something similar has been achieved using laser beams directed at a sensitive plate on the outer walls of the environment to be spied on. It seems that the pilots of the Vimana could do without the plate. Could do without the plate. Rupa Karshana. Through the photographic mechanism of the Vimana, a television image of the interior of enemy planes is obtained. To us, this is pure science fiction. Kriyagrahana. By turning the key at the bottom of the Vimana, a white screen will appear, electrifying the 3 acids in the northeast part of the Vimana, exposing them to 7 types of solar rays, and passing the resulting force through the Trishirsha mirror tube and positioning the screen in front of the mirror. All activities taking place on the ground below will be projected onto the screen. Though described strangely, this seems to be a monitor connected to a camera, likely with zoom capabilities. Dikpradarshana. By turning the key at the front of the Vimana, the Dishampati mechanism will show the direction from which the enemy plane is approaching. We call this radar. Akashakara. According to the Akasha Tantra, by mixing a solution of black mica with neem and punaga decoction and applying it to the exterior of a Vimana made of mica plates and exposing it to the sun's rays, the aircraft will appear as the sky and become indistinguishable. This is another camouflage technique, though the text is incomprehensible regarding its application and the principles behind its function. Jaladarupa. By mixing pomegranate juice, bilva or bale oil, copper salt, black smoke, granthika or Google liquid, mustard powder, and fish scale decoction, and adding seashells and rock salt powder, and collecting the smoke from the solution, soaking it with solar heat. Enveloping the cover, the Vimana will appear like a cloud. This sounds more like a particularly disgusting recipe than a camouflage method. Most likely, it is another smokescreen technique that clings to the Vimana, hiding it. Stabdaka. By projecting the Apsmara poisonous smoke into the tube located in the northern part of the Vimana and releasing it with the Stambhana mechanism, the people in the enemy planes will be rendered unconscious. Again, a chemical weapon, likely a highly penetrative gas, since it must reach the enemies inside their aircraft. Karshana. When enemy planes arrive in force to destroy your Vimana, by igniting the Jwakine Shakti in the Vishwanaranal or tube located in the navel of the aircraft, and turning the keys of the 2 wheels at 87 degrees, the burning Shakti will envelop the enemy aircraft and burn it. The text is too vague to draw useful conclusions. It could be referring to a laser beam, an incendiary missile, or something else entirely. These are the 32 secrets that pilots must know, according to Siddhanatha. From the reading of these secrets, it is evident that Vimanas were highly maneuverable aircraft equipped with advanced detection systems, some similar to those found in modern sophisticated planes. However, their defensive and offensive weapons differ significantly from modern technology. The constant references to other texts suggest that the Vimanika Shastra is not an original work, but a popularization of much larger and presumably more precise works that seem to have been lost. 13. The Shakuna Vimana construction techniques, description of components, the dome window and the solar crystal, engine room, cockpit. The type of Vimana that is described in the greatest detail by the Vimanika Shastra is the Shakuna. Below is the translation of the Sanskrit text, followed by a brief commentary. The parts of the Shakuna Vimana are pitha base or floor, hollow mast, 3 kilaka with perforated wheels, 4 heaters, air suction tubes, water coolers, radiators, oil tank, air heater, furnace, steam boiler, electric generator, air propellers, air suction tube, directional indicator flag, Shakuna mechanism, 2 wings tail, section to help the Vimana ascend, engine solar ray, attracting bubble. These are the 28 parts of the Shakuna Vimana. Construction of the Vimana. The base or floor must be made of a leveled plate of Rajaloha, literally king of metals, a specific alloy, in a rectangular, circular, or cradle-like shape. The weight of the base should be 1/100th of the total weight of the aircraft, and its length should be half that of the Vimana. In the center of the base, a hollow mast must be secured with screws. Mast. The mast is defined by Lala in the Yantra Kalpataru. It must be made of Hatkasya metal and no other. Hatakasya metal is described in the Lohatantra. 8 parts Suvarchala or natron, 16 parts of light zinc, 18 parts of Laghu Bambari, and 100 parts of copper are placed in a crucible, introduced into a Kurma Vyastika furnace, and boiled to 307 degrees with the help of Mahormi bellows, producing Hatkasya metal. Base. The height of the base must be 80 feet. It should be 56 feet long and wide and 70 feet tall on the north and south sides. The tip should be triangular. This is for the Shakuna Vimana. Hollow mast. At the base, this mast must be 35 feet in external diameter and 30 feet internally. In the middle, the external diameter must be 25 feet and the internal diameter 20 feet. Higher up, the external diameter should be 20 feet and the internal diameter 15 feet. The height of the mast should be 80 feet. It must be made of Rajaloha. To fix the mast into the base, a screw connector must be made. To adjust the air speed as required, 6 wheels must be inserted inside the mast. Wheels. Inside the mast, at a height of 4 feet above the base, 3 wheels, 15.5 feet in diameter, with perforations, must be installed. On both sides of the Vimana, 2 air-expelling machines, 1 air heater, and 2 machines that maintain the heat supplied by external air must be erected. Wings and tail. To allow the wings on both sides to expand, appropriate hinges and keys must be provided, securely fixing them to the sides of the Vimana, allowing them to open and close easily. Rotating, pulling blades at the front must be properly fixed to the heating machine with rods to expel air forward and facilitate the Vimana's passage. Air ejector and heater. The length of the air ejector and heater must be 15 feet, their width 3 feet, and the tubes 3 feet wide with an external circumference of 4 feet. Bars, pins, and the rest of the equipment must be appropriately prepared. Air blower. The air blower must be 12 feet long and 9.5 feet wide. Inside, it must be lined with circular wires. A tube must be fixed inside for the passage of air. Due to the boiling fumes of oil in the heated tank, the air is heated and must be passed into the heater, while cold air from outside must be let in. Tubes and fittings must be provided in the mechanism. To allow the fumes of the oil flames to be expelled outside, a 6-inch pipe must be installed from the mechanism to the base of the mast. Air blowers must be installed, with 10-foot wheels to pump in the fresh air from outside. 13. The Shakuna Vimana. Construction techniques, description of components, the dome window and the solar crystal, engine room, cockpit. The type of Vimana described in the greatest detail in the Vaimanika Shastra is the Shakuna. Below is the translation of the Sanskrit text, followed by a brief commentary. The parts of the Shakuna Vimana are pitha, base or floor, hollow mast, 3 kilaka with perforated wheels, 4 heaters, air suction tubes, water coolers, radiators, oil tank, air heater, furnace, steam boiler, electric generator, air propellers, air suction tube, directional indicator flag, Shakuna mechanism, 2 wings tail section to help the Vimana ascend, engine solar ray, attracting bubble. These are the 28 parts of the Shakuna Vimana. Construction of the Vimana. The floor or base must be made from a leveled plate of Rajaloha, literally king of metals, a special alloy, in a rectangular, circular, or cradle-like shape. The weight of the base should be 1/100th of the Vimana's total weight, and its length should be half the length of the Vimana. A hollow mast must be secured in the center of the base using screws. Towards the east side of the air machine, a light burner must be placed to aid the combustion of oil. An electric generator equipped with switches must ignite the burner. When the light is off, the oil must be properly sealed. A cable must be attached to the tail joint so the pilot can control the tail's movement, assisting in the ascent or descent of the Vimana. Similarly, cables must be attached to the pins of both wings and passed to the pilot so they can be opened and closed when necessary. 10 feet below the passenger floor of the Vimana, at a height of 2.5 feet from the bottom plate, there must be a closed space, like a basement. The bottom of the mast must be fixed in its center with strong screw connections. In this basement, 2 oil tanks of 15 by 91 and 2 by 4 feet with water radiators must be housed. 4 bellows, measuring 15 by 2.5 by 6.5 feet, must be provided to store the air pumped by the blowers and released as needed. Below, on all 4 sides, 4 wheels with a circumference of 7 feet must be fixed for the Vimana's movement on the ground. This Vimana is called the Shakuna Vimana. Despite the evident effort to be as precise and detailed as possible, the text remains somewhat obscure due to repetitions, contradictions, and some inaccuracies. The biggest issues stem from the use of the term pitha, which variously refers to the outer casing of the Vimana, the first floor deck, and the Vimana's bottom. Let's try to navigate this labyrinth of measurements to obtain a clear view of this extraordinary aircraft, at least in terms of its shape, dimensions, and internal divisions. Here is the information the text provides, in order. The pitha, base, should be half the height of the Vimana. The pitha must be 80 feet tall at the center and 70 feet tall at the sides. It must be 56 feet wide and long. 10 feet above the base, 2 upper floors must be constructed on a 3-inch thick floor. The second floor must be 60 feet wide and 14 feet high, with a 3-inch ceiling. The third floor must be 40 feet wide and 14 feet high. A basement of 7 feet must be constructed beneath the first floor. 10 feet below the passenger floor, the first floor, at a height of 2.5 feet from the bottom, there must be a closed space like a basement. The hollow mast must have an external diameter of 35, 25, and 20 feet, and an internal diameter of 30, 20, and 20 feet, 15 feet, respectively. It must be 80 feet tall. Since this hollow mast appears to be the core of the Vimana, we will use it as the basis for our reconstruction, especially since its height corresponds to the one indicated in point B. Therefore, the lower part of the Vimana is 35 feet wide, point H. Immediately above is a basement, better described as an engine room, where neither passengers nor crew are expected. It is 10 feet high. We can deduce this from points B, the difference between the central part of 80 feet and the lateral parts of 70 feet, C, 10 feet above the base, and G, 10 feet below the passenger floor. This is also confirmed by point F. Beneath the first floor, a 7-foot basement must be built, plus the 2.5 feet distance from the bottom mentioned in point G. This gives a total of 9.5 feet, a slight difference likely due to translation difficulties. Then comes a 3-inch thick floor, as per point C. Above this is the passenger and crew accommodation floor, 14 feet high, point C, and 56 feet wide, point B. 13. The Shakuna Vimana. Construction techniques, description of components, the dome window and the solar crystal, engine room, cockpit. The type of Vimana described in the greatest detail in the Vimanika Shastra is the Shakuna. Here is the translation of the Sanskrit text, followed by a brief commentary. The parts of the Shakuna Vimana are pitha, base or floor, hollow mast, 3 kilaka with perforated wheels, 4 heaters, air suction tubes, water coolers, radiators, oil tank, air heater, furnace, steam, boiler, electric generator, air propellers, air suction tube, directional indicator flag, Shakuna mechanism, 2 wings tail section to help the Vimana ascend engine solar ray, attracting bubble. These are the 28 parts of the Shakuna Vimana. Construction of the Vimana. The floor or base must be made from a leveled plate of Rajaloha, literally king of metals, a special alloy, in a rectangular, circular, or cradle-like shape. The weight of the base should be 1/100th of the Vimana's total weight, and its length should be half the length of the Vimana. A hollow mast must be secured in the center of the base using screws. Technical reconstruction of the Vimana based on the Vimanika Shastra. From the examination of the text and diagrams, we can get a very precise idea of the Shakuna Vimana. It is a large aircraft, about 24 meters high and 18 meters wide, with a shape strikingly similar to a modern space capsule. It can be considered suitable for not only atmospheric travel, but also high-speed, high-altitude flight outside the atmosphere. Currently, similar aircraft designs are only in the research phase. Although the main engine is not described in the Vaimanika Shastra, neither in terms of its shape nor its fuel, it seems to be located in the hollow central mast. Its position allows for vertical takeoff and landing, and with proper adjustment, it can also hover in mid-air, as one of the secrets the pilots must know suggests. For horizontal movement, the Vimana is equipped with side propellers placed at the four corners. The pulling, rotating blades indicate that these are likely turbine engines. The text also clearly indicates that the aircraft, to maneuver more easily in the lower, denser layers of the atmosphere, where its shape might present difficulties, is equipped with retractable wings and a tail. In summary, we are dealing with an extremely sophisticated aircraft, far beyond the current capabilities of modern aerospace engineering. One final note. The text mentions 7-foot wheels for the Vimana's movement on the ground. This is one of the imprecisions, likely due to the fact that Mr. Yossier has limited knowledge of modern aerospace developments. The Sanskrit text uses the term chakra, which literally means disc. The entire sentence reads, 4 discs of 7 feet for when the Vimana is on the ground. Rather than wheels, these seem to be feet, similar to those used on the American lunar module. Technical schematic of the Shakuna Vimana according to data derived from the Vaimanika Shastra. The spacecraft has been equipped with some of the devices mentioned in the same book. Perspective of the Shakuna Vimana based on the Vaimanika Shastra data. The interiors, not described in the Sanskrit text, have been furnished according to current design concepts. Why the text can be considered authentic. Now that we have examined and attempted to comment on extensive sections, we can try to answer the question we posed at the beginning, whether the author of the Vaimanika Shastra was a skilled technician who did not reveal everything he knew, or an amateur with scattered and superficial information, trying to give it a coherent form. It is not yet possible to provide a definitive answer, but we lean towards the second hypothesis. The general impression from reading this extraordinary book is that the author's condition is comparable to that of someone performing non-specialized services at a modern airport. Someone who combines extreme scientific ignorance with great curiosity and a remarkable ability to learn. Such a person would certainly see airplanes, be able to describe them fairly well, and, if someone were willing to explain it, would understand roughly how they fly and the operation of the onboard devices. They might even operate some of the simpler auxiliary mechanisms. It's no coincidence that the generator and electric motor are the clearest parts of the description, but they would not have a deep understanding of either airplanes or the physical laws governing their movement. If such a person wanted to write about what they know of the wonderful yet mysterious world of aviation, the result would probably be similar to the Vaimanika Shastra. Throughout the book, one senses a tremendous effort, an almost obsessive attention to detail, to be as clear and precise as possible. Despite this, the explanations, likely due to a lack of basic scientific knowledge, are far from exhaustive and, in some cases, are confusing. One thing, however, is clear. Whoever wrote the Vaimanika Shastra had actually seen flying machines, seen them long enough to describe them with reasonable accuracy, had probably been aboard them since they described the interior, and had spoken extensively with those who flew them. There is no comparison between the wealth of information provided by this book, despite the flaws we've discussed, and the sparse, awestruck descriptions found in the Ramayana, Mahabharata, and other Vedic texts. If the manuscript is authentic, if it was indeed composed some 20 centuries ago, we are certainly dealing with a document of immense importance. It is likely that, if carefully examined by a team of scientists with an open mind, it could provide information capable of advancing our technology significantly. But if the text is authentic, that is the key question. We have already seen Mr. Josia's opinion on the matter. While we respect the esteemed scholar and highly value his view, it cannot be enough. Moreover, conclusive proof capable of dispelling all doubt does not exist at present. Indirect proof could be reached if the aforementioned team of scientists were to find technical knowledge in the Vimana Shastra that corresponds to a technological scientific level more advanced than our own and could translate it into practical use. Organizing such a team is no easy task, and the scientists' work could last for years. For now, we will try to approach the truth by using our reasoning. Without wishing in any way to question the integrity of the Venerable Subaraya Sastri, who dictated the manuscript, or the learned Mr. Josia, who interpreted it, let's hypothetically assume, as a working theory, that the manuscript is a forgery, and see where that leads us. Anyone who goes to the trouble of committing such a forgery does so for some gain. Money is one obvious goal, but as far as we know, no one has made any profit, large or small, from the Vimana Shastra. This objective is more typical of a Westerner. Given that the person in question is Indian, and a scholar at that, let's not forget that our hypothetical forger would need to know Sanskrit well enough to deceive an old and discerning scholar like Josier. It's more likely that the motive would be the desire for prestige and notoriety. While theoretically possible, this hypothesis runs into an almost insurmountable obstacle. Where would the forger have obtained all the knowledge of aeronautical engineering necessary to write the Vimana Shastra? Let's not forget that the text translated by Josier was composed between 1918 and 1923. At that time, aviation, though it had moved beyond its pioneering stage, was still in its early stages of development. Intercontinental flights were still a spectacle, and in 1920, for instance, Italian pilot A. Ferrarin's Rome-Tokyo flight made headlines around the world. Planes were relatively small, carrying few passengers at speeds that seem slow today. Technical features such as variable angle wings and retractable landing gear, which are clearly described in the Vimana Shastra, had not yet been developed, not to mention the extremely complex devices that, according to the author, were aboard the Vimanas. Solar energy, which appears to power much of the Vimana's operation through numerous and mysterious mirrors, was not yet fully understood, and no one had thought of harnessing it. Fabric and wood were still the primary materials used for aircraft construction, and all engines were piston-powered. Finally, none of the aircraft at that time had the ability to perform the spectacular maneuvers attributed to the Vimanas, maneuvers that, in some cases, even today's most advanced aircraft cannot execute. A forger typically uses all the technical knowledge at their disposal to make their work more believable and tends to exaggerate the capabilities of existing aircraft while maintaining their general characteristics. What does our supposed forger do instead? They meticulously describe vehicles that, based on the aeronautical knowledge of the time, could not possibly have left the ground, wingless, squat, and seemingly aerodynamically absurd. Horrible monstrosities, scientific absurdities, all presented in a technical treatise that claims, from the outset, to be purely technical, not fantastical. In short, if this is a forgery, we are dealing with a particularly foolish forger who does everything possible not to be believed. Yet they are also incredibly lucky, as many of the technical details included in the book have since been confirmed as accurate by the development of scientific knowledge. Now, let's move on to the technical drawings made in 1923 by Mr. T.K. Elapa, based on the descriptions in the Vimana Shastra. Upon careful examination, these drawings provide indirect confirmation of the manuscript's authenticity. During his work, Mr. Elapa had evidently consulted drawings of contemporary aircraft, possibly for inspiration, when the descriptions in the Vimana Shastra seemed too vague. Under the influence of these early aircraft, the illustrator gave an absurd interpretation of the Vimanas. In some instances, when the manuscript seemed too unbelievable, Elapa did not hesitate to tweak the interpretation. At one point, for example, the text states that the Vimanas were powered by rotating pulling blades. To us, it is clear that this refers to a turbine, but Mr. Elapa, based on what he knew, assumed it referred to a propeller, and so he turned the idea of a rotating blade into a two-bladed propeller. However, since the text also specified dimensions, the result was a propeller far too small to lift the Vimana's mass, let alone keep it aloft. These little improvisations by the illustrator underscore the points where the text was ahead of its time. If are the traces of the explosion still evident? The word for airplane is often called jet in much of the world, regardless of the native language. This does not apply to ancient Sanskrit, which, for thousands of years, has had a ready-made word for a flying machine: Vimana. Curious, isn't it? Especially when you consider that the Indo-European languages, which derive from Sanskrit, lost this word over time because the societies speaking those languages no longer needed it. So when the airplane was invented, a new name had to be coined. If a nuclear-type explosion had really occurred at Mohenjo-Daro, it should have left obvious traces, and indeed it has. Parts of the site are densely covered with small black stones. Some are shiny with greenish reflections, incredibly hard yet strangely light. In one area, for a radius of over 200 meters, the ground is blackened with those strange stones. His is undoubtedly the epicenter of the explosion. There is no shortage of evidence: deformed and vitrified fragments of pottery, brick pieces shattered and partially melted by extreme heat, and burnt blackened segments of clay bracelets. Most numerous are pieces of material that had been completely fused by incredibly high temperatures and had re-solidified into strange, unrecognizable shapes. How is it possible that none of the illustrious archaeologists who had worked on the ruins ever realized this? Perhaps the very idea that a nuclear explosion could have occurred in prehistory is so foreign to the traditional cultural training of an archaeologist that it would never even cross their mind. And if, by some absurd chance, they did consider it, the archaeologist would likely avoid advancing such a monstrous hypothesis for fear of negative consequences for their career. Further evidence can be seen in the city's houses, which have been damaged in direct proportion to their distance from the epicenter. In other words, among the unearthed houses, the walls of those closest to the epicenter had been sheared off just a few centimeters above the ground. In a neighborhood slightly farther away, they reached human height, and in the residential area where the governor's palace stood, walls over 3 meters tall remained intact. Moreover, relatively fragile structures, like the city's typical wells, which rise from the ground in tower-like shapes to allow access to water from upper floors, had sustained only minor damage. Finally, at the farthest point, the ziggurat remained practically untouched, thanks in part to its massive structure. Drawing an imaginary line connecting the tops of the various walls, from the lowest to the highest, reveals a trajectory that rises from the ground at an angle of about 5 degrees. This pattern of destruction is typical of explosions, as the shock wave does not spread along the ground but gradually rises from the epicenter outward. 2 pieces in particular seemed interesting. One was a large fragment of a jar, twisted almost beyond recognition, and the other was made up of a jar fragment and a brick fused together. Mohenjo-Daro is a fascinating sight. The Great Bath, behind the stupa, or rather behind the ziggurat, was an enormous quadrangular pool, perfectly constructed with beautiful, regular baked bricks, and meticulously finished. A ziggurat is a typical Babylonian temple, a massive square-shaped structure rising in concentric steps. On top of the one at Mohenjo-Daro, around 300 BCE, some Buddhist monks had built their temple, or stupa, the same one that Mr. Banerjee had been tasked with studying before discovering the ancient city buried for millennia under the sand. The 2 constructions are distinctly different in both architecture and materials. The older one, as mentioned, is massive, square-shaped, and made of exposed bricks. The other, much smaller, was built on top of the first and is round with bricks heavily plastered with some kind of mud. 2 wide staircases on the shorter sides allowed access to the water. Its waterproofing was ensured by a thick layer of tar beneath the bricks. Water was supplied by a well and drained through a well-designed outlet system. As is often the case with Mohenjo-Daro's structures, no one knows for sure what its purpose was, although it is generally believed to have been a sacred bath used for religious ceremonies. Nearby are small cells where priests, according to some, or devotees, according to others, might have retreated to meditate in preparation for the sacred bath. From this likely religious area of the city, one can reach the location of the fortress, whose massive walls once defended the harbour entrance. The large public granary where merchants stored their goods, marked with personal seals, is also nearby. Not far from there, on the same elevated ground forming the island, was a district possibly designated for soldiers. The houses were not luxurious but comfortable enough, probably single-story with 3 or 4 rooms for each family unit. Crossing what was once the narrower branch of the river, which isolated the citadel from the rest of the city, is what looks like a wealthier district, as evidenced by the larger, more spacious rooms in the houses. Here, one can find the mystery of the burned brick. In the middle of a wall made of perfectly normal bricks, there was one, and only one, that was clearly blackened by fire. It wasn't cracked or melted like the fragments found at the epicenter, but it had undoubtedly been subjected to fire. What could have caused it to burn like that? It wasn't part of a chimney because it was on the external wall of the house. It couldn't have been scorched by a fire lit outside for any reason because it was more than a meter above the ground. Moreover, if that were the case, multiple bricks would have been blackened, yet those surrounding it showed no signs of burning. The same logic applied if there had been a fire. It couldn't have been burned by the heat wave from the explosion either, not only because the epicenter was far away, but also because the other bricks, even on nearby walls, showed no such signs. From the Brick Quarter and across one of the city's main streets, East Street 1, and is an area designated as Area Phi S, named after archaeologist M.S. Vats, who led the excavations there. This was the commercial district of the city, located on the eastern bank of the narrower branch of the Indus River, across from the citadel we had just left. Here the docks were found, from which ships departed for distant Mesopotamia carrying textiles or bales of cotton, and returned with gold, copper, precious stones, and other goods. In this district, the wealthiest merchants had their offices, and there stands a rather curious building, possibly unique in the world for its time. It is likely the world's first hotel-restaurant. This building had several distinctive features. For one, it had a large door, which was exceptional because it opened onto one of the main streets, whereas the doors of all other houses, even the largest ones, opened onto narrow side alleys that remained in the shade for most of the day. Throughout Mohenjo-Daro, the walls lining the main streets had no doors, and windows were rare. The city's inhabitants clearly paid great attention to keeping their homes cool. In the case of this building, however, the door opened onto a main street where foot traffic was greater, making it more likely that travelers passing through the city would notice it. In short, it was a genuine hotel where travelers, likely merchants arriving in the city from distant lands, could find everything they needed during their brief stay. This not only confirms the primarily commercial nature of the city, but also the practicality of its inhabitants, who, despite working hard, sought to surround themselves with as many comforts as possible. Of course, nothing is ever certain in Mohenjo-Daro. There are also those who say that this building was actually a textile factory, and that the jars contained dyes used to color fabrics, prepared using special, unknown formulas in the adjacent kitchen. District marked as Area DK is named, as usual, after the archaeologist who led the excavation, K.N. Dixit. This was the city's residential district where the nobles and wealthiest merchants lived. It was the area furthest from the explosion's epicenter, so by the time the shockwave reached it, much of its destructive force had dissipated. That's why the walls here are taller, up to 5 meters, and the houses are better preserved. These homes are large and spacious, enclosing vast courtyards and equipped with every comfort. They were likely 2 or 3 stories tall, with the top floor made of wood. The rooms were large and welcoming, especially those intended for the masters of the house. The servants, of course, had to make do with smaller, less comfortable spaces. Let's take a detailed look at a typical house. It's quite large, 25 by 30 meters. The main door opens, as we mentioned, onto a side alley, accessible by a short staircase of bricks that were likely covered with wooden planks. Traces of wood grain are still visible in the mortar in some spots. The entrance was guarded by a doorman stationed in a small room facing the door. A corridor leads to various rooms, the courtyard, and the facilities. These facilities were particularly functional. Water drawn from a well was passed through an opening in the wall to the toilet and shower. The same system, thanks to the tower wells, was used on the upper floors. Special collectors directed wastewater straight into the sewage system. The sanitary installations were so advanced and functional that they surpass even those found in the Palace of Versailles. The kitchen and day-use rooms were on the ground floor, while the bedrooms were on the upper floors. Some of these bedrooms had a chute through the outer wall, where trash was thrown into a large jar on the street. Similar waste disposal points were found at street corners, suggesting that Mohenjo-daro had an efficient waste collection service as well. In this district stands the so-called Governor's Palace, the most important building in the city, fully worthy of being the palace of Ravana, one of the kings of Lanka, as described in the Ramayana, in a particularly large courtyard within the palace. This might have been where the Pushpaka Vimana was parked, the flying vehicle Ravana took from his brother, and which Rama seized after killing him. Perhaps, or probably, according to the Ramayana. Unfortunately, no trace of it remains today. In the DK area, there's also a gloomy building with a single narrow door and no windows. The interior is divided into small cells. Archaeologists have identified this as the governor's private prison, which seems fitting. The DKB area, the last district unearthed. Here, excavations are still underway. The DKB area was closer to the explosion's epicenter, so the walls here are much lower than those in DKA. However, one can still get a reasonably accurate idea of the houses. They were decent homes, though far from the luxury found in the other section. According to some archaeologists, this district had a unique feature. It was the women's quarter. Women who, for one reason or another, were without the protection of a family, whether elderly, widows, orphans, repudiated wives, or those temporarily alone because the head of the house was away on a months-long business trip, came to live here. In the 1980s, whilst rummaging at the base of an inner wall of a house, archaeologists found a handful of burnt wheat grains. Those small, blackened and shriveled grains, seeing sunlight again after 4,000 years of burial, revealed something very interesting. The heat wave from the explosion had reached even one of the farthest zones from the epicenter. By that time, it had lost much of its deadly power. It could no longer kill people or blacken the buildings, but it was still hot enough to toast the wheat grains. It's worth noting that the walls of the houses here showed no signs of being blackened by fire, and that there was no chimney near where the grains were found. That wheat had been burned by a heat source, with no normal explanation. Nomads in the region have passed down an ancient legend for generations. According to this legend, the gods, or more accurately, the lords of the sky, in great anger toward the inhabitants of the ancient kingdom where now only desert exists, destroyed 7 cities with a light that shone like 1,000 suns and roared like 10,000 thunderclaps. Since then, no one had lived in the cursed cities, and those who dared venture into the places where they had stood were attacked by evil spirits and died. How could we not think of the 8 cities, including Mohenjo-daro, that, according to archaeologist Stuart Pigott, were destroyed by furious, sudden and seemingly inexplicable fires that broke out almost simultaneously? True, Pigott mentions 8 cities, while the legend speaks of 7, but the coincidence is still striking. Equally striking is the mention of glass cities in relation to places where we indeed found clear evidence of rocks vitrified by extreme heat. We leave it to the reader to interpret the light that shone like 1,000 suns and roared like 10,000 thunderclaps. Another question about Mohenjo-daro concerns: why so few skeletons have been found in the city? If the people who died were the last inhabitants left, why had the others fled? Well, it turns out the author of the Ramayana knows, as he explained it in his work, Ramayana, Uttarakanda. Chapter 81. Having heard what had happened, the blessed and illustrious Rishi, surrounded by his disciples, returned to his hermitage, tormented by hunger. Like the moon devoured by the planet Rahu at dawn, deprived of its radiance, he gazed at the unfortunate Aruja, covered in dust, and that Brahmin, already consumed by hunger, was seized by such a transport of anger that he seemed to wish to destroy the three worlds. Oh, he turned to his disciples, saying, "Be witnesses to the terrible calamity, born of my wrath, that like fire will fall upon the evildoer Danda. The time has come for the destruction of that cursed monarch and his court. He who dared to place his hand in the sacred fire will soon reap the fruits of his wicked act. In 7 days he will perish along with his sons, infantry and cavalry. Pakashana will destroy the territory of that wretched one with a rain of dust for a radius of 100 leagues. In Danda's kingdom, within 7 days, all living and non-living things will perish completely, and everything that grows from the earth will vanish entirely under a rain of ashes." Having thus spoken to the inhabitants of the hermitage, his eyes red with fury, he added, "Seek refuge beyond the borders of this region." Upon hearing these words from Shukracharya, all the inhabitants of the hermitage left the place to settle elsewhere. And Shukracharya, having spoken to that assembly of sages, turned to his daughter Aruja and said, "Remain in this hermitage, you foolish one, and devote yourself to meditation. Awaiting the time of your liberation, O Aruja, enjoy without worry this enchanting lake, 4 miles long. The creatures that take refuge with you, when the time comes, will not suffer in any way from the rain of dust." At the command of the Brahma Rishi, her lord Aruja, who was overwhelmed with sorrow, responded, "So be it." Having thus spoken, Shukracharya found residence elsewhere. In the meantime, the kingdom of that foremost of men, with his servants, his army, and his chariots, was reduced to dust on the 7th day, as predicted by the interpreter of the Vedas. O Prince, that empire situated between the Vindhya and Saivalya mountains, whose ruler had deviated from proper conduct and was thus cursed by the Brahmarishi, has since been known as the Dandaka Desert, O Kakutstha, and the place where the ascetics resided became known as Janasthana. This passage is so important and, frankly, so impressive in what it signifies that it deserves a detailed explanation. Let's begin with the geographical references. The Vindhya and Shaivala mountains correspond to the mountain ranges known today as the Aravalli and Sulaiman ranges. Between these two ranges lies the central southern basin of the Indus, which during the Vedic period was known as Sapta Sindhu, the scene of countless battles, as we have seen in previous chapters. The Dandaka Desert is now called the Thar, or the Great Indian Desert. The Danda mentioned in the text was the brother-in-law of Ravana, who succeeded Bibhishamina, Ravana's brother and supporter of Rama, on the throne of the Rakshasas Empire, whose capital was Lanka Mohenjo-daro. With these details in mind, the text becomes disturbingly clear. The inhabitants of the empire were given 7 days to flee before Pakashana, a title of Indra, the warrior god, destroyed the territory with a rain of dust and ashes, nuclear fallout, that would completely wipe out all living and non-living things. Now we learn that indeed, during the period referred to in the Ramayana, no fewer than 8 cities were suddenly destroyed and never rebuilt. At least one of them, the main one, Mohenjo-daro, was actually evacuated before the destructive fury annihilated it. In one part, the text veers into poetic territory. It attributes the cause of the empire's destruction to vengeance for an outrage committed against a young woman. Aruja, daughter of Shukracharya, had been violated by Danda. But otherwise, we couldn't have found a more fitting text that aligns so closely with the archaeological findings. 17 in the epicenter zone. Let's return to the epicenter and examine the fruit of our research. First, the measurements. It is estimated that the diameter of the area where the black stones are found is approximately 400 meters. The stones are densely packed in the center, forming a veritable carpet, and gradually become more sparse as one moves away, until they disappear entirely. The shape of the area is roughly circular, But in the valleys between the hills, where the heat wave encountered no obstacles, you can see streaks stretching like claws toward the city. Another point of great interest in the epicenter are terrain mounds, about 40 centimeters high and roughly 3 meters by 2 at the base. These are scattered everywhere, some seemingly random, others lined up at regular intervals along the edge of what was and still is a road used by ox-drawn carts with their hanging leather yokes. The animals and carts are identical to those used by the ancient inhabitants of Mohenjo-Daro, as evidenced by the frescoes and models in the museum. Initially, they seemed like piles of debris, perhaps material from the excavations brought here by workers. However, this first hasty conclusion was contradicted by the fact that they were literally covered in black stones. In fact, they seemed almost made of them. In places where rainwater had washed away the surface dirt and stones, bricks were exposed with no more than 3 layers still neatly connected. In one case, we even thought we saw the remains of a door. There could now be little doubt these mounds were once houses, small houses, extremely poor, consisting of just one room, little more than huts, if you will, but still houses. Mohenjo-Daro extended this far. This area was probably the poorest part of the city, as evidenced by the small size of the homes and the fact that the household items used in this district were very modest. All the fragments, without exception, belonged to very small objects. They were all blackened and severely damaged by heat, but they certainly weren't large, harmonious jars like those found in large numbers in the wealthier districts. Here, they were little more than bowls. The ornaments were also poor. Researchers found numerous segments of terracotta bracelets, but not a single semi-precious stone, which was quite common among women in other districts. A poor, or rather, extremely poor neighborhood then. And this is where hell broke loose. There's no denying it. Civilizations, social customs, and technologies may change, but one thing never changes. It's always the poor who bear the brunt of the hardest blows. When the shockwave of a normal explosion hits a house, it usually destroys it by knocking it over sideways. That didn't happen here. These houses were flattened, collapsed inward on themselves, much like the sections of a telescopic rod. So much so that the bricks uncovered by rainwater are at the outermost edges of the mounds. It's as if these miserable little houses were crushed by a titanic hand that pressed down on them from above. Furthermore, a normal explosion, especially one as powerful as the one whose effects we are witnessing, usually creates a large crater, something that doesn't exist here. It's true the crater might have filled in over the centuries, but why then is the layer of black stones uniform, particularly in the center? No matter how you look at it, the fact remains that there is no sign of a crater here. A normal explosion, precisely because a large portion of its energy is absorbed by the ground, causes a shock wave that propagates upward at a much steeper angle than the 5 degrees we obtained by measuring the tops of the remaining walls. When at 9:15 a.m. on August 6, 1945, the Americans dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima, the device exploded about 500 meters above ground. An extraordinarily powerful shock wave, only extraordinary for that time unfortunately, leveled the city within a 2-kilometer radius. But a strange phenomenon was observed. The houses directly beneath the explosion weren't knocked over, they were crushed. Moreover, some trees remained standing. The atomic wind had torn off all the branches, but the trunks remained upright, like charred fingers pointing toward the sky. It would be an unforgivable mistake to claim that the elements listed above, by themselves, definitively prove that the same thing happened at Mohenjo-Daro, with a smaller device detonated a few dozen meters above the ground. But it's undeniable that this hypothesis must be taken very seriously. One last issue concerning the small houses. The bricks, forming the bases of the walls where they are visible, show little or no traces of fire. In a microcosm disrupted by a blast of extremely high heat that melted, vitrified, charred, and twisted everything else, these bricks remained a washed-out reddish color, like those found in the more distant parts of the city. In fact, in contrast to the surrounding blackened remains, they even appear slightly paler. This presents a stark contrast in the landscape of evidence we've gathered, yet despite this, we record it conscientiously. Though we can't give a definitive explanation of the phenomenon, we have some elements that allow us to formulate a reasonable hypothesis. As mentioned, these streams carved out small channels whose bed is now lower than the house's original floor. It's reasonable to assume that the bricks exposed by this erosion were once the foundation of the perimeter walls and were not affected by the heat because, at the time of the explosion, they were underground. Right at the heart of the epicenter, the ground is covered in a dense black carpet. So far, for convenience, we have called them black stones. It may be useful to clarify that they were actually fragments of pottery, pieces of bricks, and segments of bracelets, all made from alluvial clay carried by the Indus, twisted, shattered, and vitrified by intense heat. Laboratory analyses conducted on the samples. In simple terms, this is how it works. A fragment is subjected to an X-ray beam. The outgoing rays are then examined by a device that, with a writing stylus, records the results of the analysis as a jagged line. By studying the behavior of this line, the analyst can determine the sample's composition. The two samples analyzed appeared to be scoriaceous, from scoria, impurities from smelting, with different degrees of vesicularity. The first sample, identified as a fragment of a man-made object, a vessel, shows a slight external patina less vesicular than the interior of the sample. This phenomenon could be attributed to a heating process that moved from the outside inwards, followed by rapid cooling, which preserved the vesicular structure. The second sample, identified as a rock fragment, it was one of the drops of fused material whose original appearance was impossible to determine, appears much more vesicular than the first. From the X-ray diffraction analysis, the two samples share the same mineralogical composition, consisting of quartz, feldspar, plagioclase, anorthoclase, pyroxene, and glass, but in different quantities. Specifically, the glass content is lower in the first sample. From this association, we can initially deduce, though not confirmed by experimental tests, that the minimum temperature reached was around 750 to 700 degrees Celsius. In the case of samples without vesicularity, with the same chemical composition, the minimum temperature could be estimated to range between 950 to 1000 degrees Celsius. These values are valid for conditions tending toward equilibrium. However, in this case, there are indications of rapid processes which would require temperatures 100 to 200 degrees Celsius higher. Let's try to understand what this technical language means. First of all, vesicularity. One of the components of clay is water, even in dry clay. If a brick or a vessel is rapidly heated to a high temperature, the water turns into gas, expands, and transforms into water vapor, creating many bubbles in the clay mass. If the heat is very strong and continuous, the vapor escapes from the mass. If, however, the clay, now a molten mass, is rapidly cooled after the bubbles have formed, the vapor doesn't have time to escape completely, and the molten mass doesn't have time to form crystalline compounds, leaving the holes visible. These are the vesicles referred to in the report. The larger the vesicles, the more rapid the heating and cooling process. In the first sample mentioned, the heat was able to evaporate almost all of the water from a thin outer layer, but the rapid cooling occurred before the process could fully affect the interior of the material. What does rapid mean in this context? For example, a drop of lava shot into the air by a volcano would cool down by the time it falls back to the ground, presenting a similar appearance. It's important to note that this is just an example to illustrate the time frame necessary for cooling. As in our case, we are not dealing with volcanic scoria, but with man-made objects that were subjected to an intense and rapid heat source. How intense was this heat? It's practically impossible to say precisely, because the effects of heat depend not only on its intensity, but also on its duration. Let's take an example. If you pass a match quickly under your palm, you might feel a slight warmth. If you pass it slowly, you will feel a burn. And if you hold it there for several seconds, you will get a burn that becomes more severe the longer the fire is applied. This demonstrates different effects from the same heat source by varying the time. However, if you hold your hand over a blowtorch, you will suffer a severe burn in a fraction of a second, while the match in the same time frame wouldn't even have time to burn you. This illustrates how varying the intensity of the heat produces different effects. Returning to our samples, it is relatively easy to determine the minimum temperature reached. Based on the appearance of the samples and the fact that the conditions were not stable, meaning the heat did not have time to distribute evenly throughout the material, the minimum temperature was around 1100 to 1200 degrees Celsius. However, we cannot definitively determine the actual temperature reached because we are missing the second key factor: time. If the heat exposure lasted for tens of seconds, the minimum values apply. But if it lasted only a fraction of a second, we must consider temperatures in the thousands of degrees. Second test: X-ray diffraction analysis for examining the structure of the material. A fragment of the mineral sample is finely ground, placed in a test tube, and a high-powered X-ray beam is passed through the powder. These rays then strike a sensitive plate, creating a sort of X-ray of the mineral. Another drop of fused and resolidified clay was subjected to this test. The diffraction spectrum of sample 1, interior part, shows some weak reflections, indicating the presence of a few microcrystalline structures. The spectrum for sample 2, outer part, visibly liquefied, shows no reflections and is typical of a completely amorphous substance. The melting point of the mineral is around 1400 to 1500 degrees Celsius, but the appearance of the vacuoles suggests higher temperatures and very short time frames. First, a clarification. It's not surprising that this test showed a higher melting point than the previous one. This was a different sample, with a notably different chemical composition. As we mentioned earlier, the inhabitants of Mohenjo-Daro used alluvial clay from the Indus River, whose composition varied significantly over time. Even within the same period and source, clay taken from upstream, where heavier elements had settled first, was different from that taken downstream, where only lighter elements reached. With that doubt resolved, let's take a closer look at the report. The structure of stones is usually crystalline, meaning the material is organized into microscopic crystals. When stone is melted, the crystals disappear, and the mass becomes a homogeneous liquid. If it cools slowly, the crystals will reform, but if it cools very rapidly, the crystals don't have time to reform. The stone is then described as amorphous. This is the case with our sample. Only in the interior, where the heat remained for a few fractions of a second longer, were a few microcrystals able to form. Therefore, the mineral transitioned from liquid to solid in a matter of seconds. Moreover, the reverse process, from solid to liquid, occurred in very short time frames, and at temperatures above 1500 degrees Celsius. Despite the careful and cautious language used by the researchers, one thing becomes clear from their analysis. The artifacts from Mohenjo-Daro were exposed to a wave of intense heat, but for a very short duration, after which the temperature instantly dropped to normal levels, causing the molten stones to solidify abruptly. The black stones did not come from kilns, where they would have been subjected to weaker, but much more prolonged and uniform heat, nor were they reduced to this state by a normal fire, as the temperature in such cases would not have been sufficient. Moreover, a large fire would last for a long time, and even after it ended, the remains would take hours to cool down. The results of the analyses provide data that can only be explained by assuming that the artifacts from Mohenjo-Daro were exposed to a violent explosion that caused the instantaneous development of extremely high temperatures. Since these characteristics suggest a nuclear-type explosion, it would have been interesting to subject our samples to an analysis to determine if they contained traces of fission. Current nuclear weapons derive their destructive power from fission, or to put it simply, the splitting of atoms. When this occurs, the electrons that form the atoms of the fissile material, uranium for an atomic bomb, hydrogen for a hydrogen bomb, are shot outward like tiny bullets, passing through any obstacles in their path. With a particular analysis, it is possible to detect the holes left in the examined material by these electron bullets. Unfortunately, we were unable to perform this analysis which, if it had yielded positive results, would have confirmed beyond any doubt that the artifacts we found had been subjected to a nuclear explosion. However, we can take comfort in the fact that even if the analysis had been negative, the nuclear hypothesis would not have been disproved. Notably, in the previous paragraph, we mentioned that current nuclear weapons derive their destructive power from fission. Scientists are now studying a new type of bomb that is based not on fission, the splitting of atoms, but on fusion, where two atoms merge. The destructive energy of such a fusion-based bomb would be even greater than that produced by fission, and objects caught in its blast would not bear the traces left by electrons, as there would be no electrons fired outward. As discussed in previous chapters, the technology described in Vedic texts is, in some cases, superior to ours. Therefore, it is plausible to hypothesize that a fusion bomb might have been used in Mohenjo-daro. Why do we insist on the idea of a nuclear weapon? Because, based on the current state of our technology, only such a device could simultaneously produce a heat wave and a shock wave capable of leaving the kinds of traces we found at Mohenjo-daro. Conventional chemical bombs would not be sufficient. Conventional bombs are generally of two main types, explosive or incendiary. Explosive bombs derive their destructive power from the sudden and massive emission of gases that create a shock wave strong enough to knock down anything in its path. However, their heat output is relatively modest, and they are typically detonated upon contact with the ground, causing a U-shaped shock wave. Incendiary bombs, on the other hand, generate intense heat, capable of igniting or melting everything within their range, but their explosive force is modest. In contrast, a nuclear explosion combines both effects. Afterward, three distinct zones can be observed on the ground. Epicenter, complete disintegration, where everything, including humans, is destroyed by heat and shock waves. Maximum heat development occurs here, and traces of vitrification are visible. Second zone. Buildings are leveled, fires break out, and people die instantly. Third zone. Buildings are severely damaged but not leveled. Fires occur, but survivors have a chance of escaping, though they may suffer fatal injuries or radiation poisoning. At Mohenjo-daro, these three zones are clearly identifiable, as demonstrated by the map provided. Here's what we know for sure from an archaeological and scientific perspective. 1. Mohenjo-daro, a thriving and populous city on the banks of the Indus, died suddenly at an undetermined time, which archaeologists have placed between 1700 and 2500 BC. 2. In its streets, 44 skeletons were found, 43 of which definitely date back to the city's demise. 3. The 44th skeleton is only a few centuries old and is not relevant here. 4. The positions in which the skeletons were found suggest sudden, violent deaths, yet none of them bear signs of injuries from weapons. 5. Some skeletons show clear signs of charring and calcination of certain bones, while other bones remain completely normal. These skeletons are better preserved than the others. 6. The positions of some skeletons suggest that the people did not expect to die. 7. The skeletons were found in a semicircular area of the city. 8. Very few weapons were found during the excavations. 9. Traces of widespread fires were found on the city's ruins, particularly affecting the upper wooden floors. 10. At least one of the city's wells is still active. 10. The ruins are of different heights. Connecting their tops with an imaginary line produces a straight line that slopes toward the south-southwest side of the city. 11. At the point where this imaginary line meets the ground, the soil is covered over a wide area with fragments of fused and vitrified clay. 12. These fragments were exposed, for a very brief period, to heat reaching thousands of degrees. 13. The majority of the houses were found without furnishings, as if the population had evacuated the city. These 13 points represent indisputable facts, which anyone can easily verify. Before daring to offer an extraordinary interpretation, let's see if they can be explained by conventional means. There are not many reasons why a city might die, so we can afford to examine them one by one to see if they align with the 12 points we listed. When the inhabitants leave a city, They do so either voluntarily or because they are forced to. They might leave voluntarily because the climate has become unhealthy or because the economic political reasons that led to the city's founding no longer exist. If, instead, they are forced to leave, it could be due to a catastrophe, either natural or man-made. Natural catastrophes might include earthquakes, floods, plagues, or volcanic eruptions. At the extreme, even a meteorite strike could be considered, although such an event has never been documented. A human-caused disaster would involve a war so violent and ruthless that the entire population would be forced to flee. However, it's worth noting that in most cases, once the danger has passed, refugees usually return to their homes. Let's now examine these possibilities, one by one, comparing them with what we know. Voluntary exodus. This hypothesis was suggested by the museum official in Delhi and the superintendent of the Sindh archaeological area. It is mainly supported by the fact that the city had indeed been evacuated and by some architectural features indicating that, at the time of its demise, Mohenjo-daro was experiencing a period of decline. However, it is irreparably contradicted by at least three elements that cannot be ignored. A. The skeletons found in the streets and houses of people who died violent deaths. B. The fires that broke out in the city. C. The presence of vitrified rocks. Earthquake. This could be suggested by the collapses and, to a lesser extent, by the fires. However, it is not acceptable because A. The pattern of collapses is not typical of an earthquake. B. The number of dead is too small for a city of 30,000 inhabitants. C. The fact that most inhabitants had left suggests they were expecting a catastrophe, and earthquakes do not typically give warnings. D. The victims were not killed by the collapse of buildings. E. When death occurred, they were not fleeing. If they were, parents would likely have been holding their children to escape faster. F. The still active well shows that the water table was not disturbed, whereas one of the consequences of an earthquake is precisely the disruption of underground layers. G. It does not explain the vitrification of the stones. Flood. Hypothesis supported by Pigott. It is suggested by the indisputable fact that the Indus River periodically flooded the city, so much so that the inhabitants had built a massive embankment almost a kilometer long to protect themselves from the river's wrath. However, it is not acceptable because A. There are no traces of flooding among the ruins. B. In the event of a flood, the swirling waters do not leave corpses neatly laid out in the middle of the street. They sweep them away, drag them, and slam them against obstacles. C. It is irreparably contradicted by the traces of fire, the carbonization of some skeletons' bones, and the vitrification of the clay artifacts. Plague. This could be suggested by the exodus of the citizens and, to a lesser extent, by the fires. Before leaving, the inhabitants might have wanted to purify the city with fire. However, it is not acceptable because A. In the case of a plague, the bodies of the dead are immediately burned or buried to prevent contagion. B. The plague does not strike people down while they are walking peacefully. C. The plague does not leave traces of calcination. If these skeletons had been burned by their relatives, all the bones would be calcined, not just some. D. The plague indiscriminately affects all the inhabitants of the city, not just those in a particular sector. E. It does not explain the phenomenon of vitrification. These points suggest that neither natural nor conventional man-made causes fully explain the sudden demise of Mohenjo-daro, leaving room for more extraordinary explanations. One society, which likely made up the vast majority of the population, was probably very advanced in spiritual and cultural terms, but used tools made of copper, bronze, or sometimes even stone. The other had likely reached a technological level even more advanced than ours today. We know much about the first society. It was divided into multiple races, often in fierce conflict with each other, and we know how they lived, worked, and what they believed in. We found the remnants of the cities they built, and many of their tools, weapons, toys, and household items. We even know where the direct descendants of these tribes live today. Of the second society, however, we know nothing from direct experience. The only trace we've found so far is horrifying: the deliberate annihilation of a city that was utterly defenseless. For the rest, we must rely on the information passed down by the poets and historians of the more primitive society. From the scarce data we possess, we can attempt to form an idea, albeit by process of elimination. First, an obvious alternative. The advanced individuals were either terrestrial or extraterrestrial. As strange as it may seem, we believe the second hypothesis is far more plausible. In this case, we can dismiss the theory of recurring cycles of civilization, which still has many proponents. In simple terms, this theory suggests that humanity, starting from a primitive, almost ape-like state, evolves over centuries, or rather millennia, to reach a high level of development. At this point, it nearly self-destructs, only to begin the cycle all over again. It is unfortunately true that humanity today has, for the first time in history, the concrete ability to destroy itself. The nuclear arsenals of the United States and the Soviet Union are certainly capable of almost completely erasing humanity and all other life from the face of the Earth. Adding to this nuclear threat are biological and chemical weapons, meaning that in the event of a total war, the chances of human survival are very slim. Perhaps a few tribes hidden deep in some unexplored jungle might survive, but even that is doubtful. Let's suppose, absurdly, and hopefully this will never happen, that the much-feared total war actually breaks out and is taken to its ultimate consequences. Let's assume that only a few individuals from these remote tribes survive the Holocaust. Even after thousands or tens of thousands of years, their descendants would likely repopulate the Earth. However, it's almost certain that if any of these descendants were archaeologists, they would find some traces of our current civilization. It's unthinkable, for instance, that major cities like New York, London, Paris, Rome, Moscow, or Tokyo would vanish completely without leaving behind a single ruin or artifact to attest to their existence. Even if that were to happen, there is another reason why we reject the idea of a recycling of humanity in our case. Given the vast millennia required to go from a few Stone Age survivors to a population with comparable technological development to today, it is practically impossible that traces of the time before the bomb would remain in their culture. It's highly unlikely that their bards would describe the wonders of flying machines and atomic missiles. Thus, the remaining hypothesis is that the heroes and gods described in the Vedic texts were extraterrestrials. This is an idea we find difficult to accept, as we are still emotionally Ptolemaic. Scientifically and astronomically, we have accepted Copernicus's theory, because it is well demonstrated. We know the Earth is one of many planets orbiting the Sun, that the Sun is part of a galaxy, and that there are many galaxies in the universe. But subconsciously, we still think like Ptolemy and believe that, if not the Earth, at least humanity is at the center of the universe. It doesn't help to remind ourselves that there are tens of thousands of planets similar to Earth just in our galaxy, and that it is therefore highly probable that intelligent life has developed on some of them. Let's try for once to free ourselves from our Ptolemaic bias and examine the extraterrestrial hypothesis with an open mind. Let's start with known facts. It is reasonable to predict that if technological progress continues at its current accelerated pace, within 100 years, if not sooner, we will be able to land humans on planets beyond our solar system. Considering that the first airplane made its brief inaugural flight only in 1903, 100 years is a generous estimate. It is fairly predictable that if our astronauts land on a planet with a life form comparable to humans, the individuals of that race will be technologically far behind us, as we are the ones reaching them and not the other way around. The odds that we just happened to beat them to the punch, that we arrived moments before they could launch a rocket to Earth, are too small to consider. If the inhabitants of this planet, let's call it Planet X, behave similarly to humans, their first reaction will likely be to try to kill the astronauts. No worries. Our heroes will be perfectly capable of taking care of themselves, and their response to any attack will be lively enough to discourage any further aggressive attempts from the natives. It is easy to foresee that within a few decades, our representatives, perhaps through successive missions, will settle comfortably, roam the planet as they please, and even intervene in local disputes, possibly using a few bombs to put an end to troublesome wars that interfere with the smooth progress of their mission. There would be nothing strange about this. They would simply be repeating the actions of earlier colonizers. Let 100 more years pass. We talk about them as if they were crumbs, but 100 years is a terribly long time, and the Earthlings leave. For whatever reason, they have finished exploring. They have exploited whatever was worth exploiting on the planet. They have been called back to Earth because the space program was interrupted, perhaps due to a war. But you can bet that the indigenous people will long remember that visit. Oh, they will remember. They will talk about it in their stories, record the deeds and misdeeds of the beings who came from the sky in their sacred books, and try to describe their machines and weapons as best they can. Traces of this space invasion will remain in their culture for thousands of years, perhaps distorted to the point of being almost unrecognizable. Until one day, when they too achieve a high level of development, their scientists will classify the information passed down by their ancestors as myths and legends with no real foundation.